What is going on? How we doing? It is cold as shit out here, man. It is so freaking cold. Having to rock a beanie. I'm not a beanie kind of guy, but I'm having to rock beanies on the live stream. So, how we all doing, guys? I hope we're well. Man, we got some sales trickling in over the last 24 hours. It's nice to see because we had a lot of annual a lot of people paying for the annual plan when we first launched because of that huge sale. Now we've got people actually buying the monthly plan, so our MRR is actually going up a lot faster than it was when we did the launch because everyone was just buying the annual plan, so our MRR would go up by like $5 a month. Now our MRR is going up by like $15-20 a month. So huge shout out to all the testers of Ace, everyone who's enjoying it. I'm starting to get some cool outputs from you guys, seeing how you guys are using it. It's really interesting. And yeah, it honestly just makes me happy to see that people are using my product. PN, what's good? How we doing? Always. How we doing, bro? Yo, this intro is so hard. Appreciate you, gang. Phil, what's good? What up? What's the project? I'll show you in a second. Yo, finally caught one. Ryan, I haven't seen you in a minute, man. Hope you're doing well. Man, how things have changed. I remember when I was trying to get you to use Claude Code. Yo, we got an OG in the chat. We got an OG in the chat. How we doing? Man, throwback to them Replit days, right? Throwback to them Replit days. Dude, now I'm out here using multiple agents at the same time. For those wondering, this is Ace. This is my agentic coding environment. And this is basically where you can connect multiple AI agents together to autonomously collaborate with each other. And I mean autonomously because otherwise it's a manual process, right? You literally have to copy from one chat and then paste it in the other chat. And obviously there's going to be context and stuff lost throughout. And so what you can do is you can actually just have them talk to each other. And there's multiple different methods that you can use to have them collaborate. You can have a debate. You could have them review. You could write your own, hand off to someone else. And yeah, it's a really neat and handy tool to basically one shot and do more complex tasks. So yesterday we were kind of building this maze game out, and it was kind of interesting because the whole concept of what we're trying to do, and this is actually here's a version of just using the same model 3 times. So you don't even need to have multiple subscriptions. Even though the app was built with the gap of having multiple subscriptions but not being able to use them together, you can still just have one subscription and, build out these more complex workflows, and you can have up to 7 people. Now, I did have someone ask me, like, how do I create like this group thingy? So let me just quickly show you. All you got to do is literally just right click, drag, and then create stage, and boom, there you go. Now you have this stage, and you can actually connect this to like another stage if you want. Like if you have a Gemini over here, you can connect it just like that, and then everyone in here would get Gemini's output, and then they would like be able to debate the output. So if Gemini was creating a landing page, they would debate how the landing page looked as like this little council thingy. They all have like their own, you can write your own prompt in here for how they need to operate. But yeah, this is Ace. This is what I'm building. And it's opened up a whole new can of worms because I didn't realize what I'm building is actually kind of complicated. And it turns out that you need to start thinking about the harness. Problem with Ace, you can't add stages. I don't know if that is purposeful. Yo, Bimbe, I just showed you how to add a stage. You create custom nodes like custom skills. This seems sick though. So skills, I will admit, skills have not been added to the Ace app yet. They are at the top of my priority list. You can see over here, this is like you can literally see future updates. Skills implementation is right there at the top. It's one of the first things that we're gonna cover. I just didn't launch with it only because I just wanted to make sure the base the base of the app is actually good, you know? If you use if the base is good, then the skills aren't hiding anything. Skills are there to enhance the app. I don't want them like actually just covering up for all the flaws of the app. And so I kind of launched the base because I wanted the base to be good first. But yeah, Bimbe, I don't know if you catch that, but you can add stages. So all you got to do in here, yeah, I'll do it again. But like, let's just say you want to turn this into a stage. You just got to right click. I mean, I've got my trackpad, but you just got to, for us, it's like double like this, and you just got to drag it like that. But we are going to change this method today because I'm seeing a lot of people getting confusion over it. I think it'll be easier if we just write like normal click drag. I think will be easier, like kind of like here. And then how they have it is you can kind of move around. Now, I don't have a mouse, I have a trackpad. So I can see on the Canva whiteboard, you can kind of just naturally move around like this. We don't really have that in our app. Right now, it's a drag. And so maybe we can adopt Canva's method of movement, and I think that'll cause less confusion. Are we all in favor? Do they communicate live, or is this like a Pi alternative? They communicate live. So you can literally just prompt it here. There's a little prompt box here. And what's really neat about this is once you build like these complex workflows, like you might want to have, you know, ChatGPT, and you know what, let's change this to Claude, have these connect, and you can literally just, you don't have to look at the interface. You can just connect it here. Let me exit out of that. You can just connect it here and you can just talk. Hey, I want to create a product requirements document around an app about dogs and how often to feed them. And I'm using Whisperflow. I shouldn't be using Whisperflow because we've got this record button right here, which is you know, part of the subscription. So you can use this if you want. I think part of what I need to do, because I keep going to Whisperflow because it's a hotkey. Maybe I could make a record button a hotkey as well. That's possible. I mean, keep both the drag and right click, and user can change in settings. That's not a bad idea. By the way, Llama does not work, and I do have it installed. Oh, I've turned it off by default, so I can turn it back on now if people are interested in using Llama. They all use a frame to reference. Yep, fair. I mean, yeah, good call. Pretty cool. I have something similar for my Claude code agents. I always use Gemini to hear audio or watch videos and improve Opus 4.8's perception. That's a good idea. We don't support video or images yet. However, that is definitely on the list of things to add. Do you have a governance or router to delegate between the agents? And yeah, make the record a hotkey. We don't have like a priority. Although in the, like for example, once you connect your AI, our agent harness, that is ACE, picks one of your AI agents. It's usually Claude or Codex. Gemini seems to be a little flaky. And that is kind of the core AI that asks you questions and stuff. So for example, if we wanted to build like a, I don't know, dog app. I don't know why dog apps are coming to my mind right now. Let's use the record function. I want to build a dog app that tells me when is the right time to feed my dog and notifies me. And then boom. I would recommend you talk for a little bit, you know, like maybe like a minute or so, really get this out. And I think I've just figured it out that psychologically, this text box is quite small. So it actually ends up making you talk like for quite a little bit of time. Because I'm the type of guy to talk for a while, but this text box is quite small. So maybe what I'll do for the next update is actually make this text box bigger, I think psychologically. And now what's going to happen is it's going to make sense of your brief. It's going to think of questions to ask you to reduce and clarify the mission. Because at the end of the day, you're basically trying to one-shot this app. And so it's going to try and find out Where do you want the feeding reminders to show up? On my phone. How should the app decide when to feed your dog? Fixed times I set, based on my dog's age, size, and breed. Probably that. What must the first version do for it to feel useful? Send me reminders at feeding time. Let me log when I actually feed them. Support more than one dog. Tell me how much to feed. All of them. Continue. What does a finished great result look like? Ready to use right away. And then I've noticed sometimes answering those questions can bring up more ideas. You can just type them in here. Continue. You can build your team up to 7. I usually go 3. It's like a good amount. Daily, weekly, monthly would be if you wanted to create like a morning briefing or a weekly script. You know, obviously you got multiple people on the team, so you can have one research, come up with the script every morning. But yeah, so this is the team it's built. You can click on it and see like, okay, this is the system prompt that we got based off of the questions that we asked. And you know, you can switch these around as well. Like for example, recently Gemini, haven't been loving it. It's just been a bit flaky. So I'll go Codex. So we can go Claude, Codex plan, and then maybe we go Claude build. We can try this. And then literally just create project. Nice progress on your app so far. Side quest. Did you register your app as business before launching or just owning the domain? And what do you use such if someone else is building SaaS product? So I already have a business, right? Because of the YouTube and everything else that I'm doing. So everything that I launch just kind of falls under my business. So I don't release like a separate business specifically for the app, if that makes sense. Because I'm a solo founder, I don't really need to do that. Old Kick, how we doing? I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. We got a bunch of OGs in the chat. Hi, I have a skill for my Claude code that can use skill to connect with Codex. How does your program differ and how can it be better? I just can't quite understand the necessity. So what's good about ACE that's different from just connecting your skill is you can actually create these system prompts, right? Like your skill can, because I've done this as well with skills. And as far as your skill goes, it's, you know, connect to Codex and get it to review. And you know, things get missed out in the source because a skill to be useful has to be less than 15 kilobytes. There's only so much information you can put inside a 15 kilobyte skill. So there's only so much that you can get out of it. And so what's really neat about this is you can add up to 7 agents, right? You can have up to 7 agents. And so you can literally specialize every single one of these agents to a specific task. So the output comes out exactly like how you'd want it to. Where with a skill, you can't do this. You can't be like, you know, create 7 different agents. Well, you actually can do that. You can say create a bunch of sub-agents, but that's as far as it goes. You can't go create a bunch of sub-agents and then you can't like give it these specialized essay prompts. You know, you have to be quite concise with it. And so what's nice about this is it's sequential. You know, you can be like, okay, this is prioritized, and then this is the next thing, and then like just like this. You know, stage 1, research. Stage 2, plan. Stage 3, build. Where a skill can't add in all that information. Also, the agent harness that we've built inside of ACE is where we're trying to improve it, but it's basically allows the agent to create better outputs when they're working together. Because that's a skill too, you know? A skill is just a .md file, like it's a text file. It's not actually gonna guarantee that you're getting a better output. That's where the agent harness comes in. Do you have continuity between projects in terms of observability? What's the granularity level? If you had ACE control the granularity of which model per provider to use to optimize token efficiency, that would be a good differentiator. Yeah, but part of the app is allowing users to choose what does what. And if you implement that, you're removing control from the user. The other thing as well is like, you can also just change the model here, you know? So if you just want a cheaper model, go with Codex Spark. You know, we've got Haiku and everything. You can change the models yourself. Like it's kind of up to the user how much they want to spend. Like I'm not saying this is a cheaper alternative, you know what I mean? It does come from your sub usage, but it's also worth noting, like, okay, maybe it could save you money in the long term if you're just creating an app and then you find yourself debugging that app for like 2 hours. Where this, maybe you create the app and it does a way better job off the rip. So yeah, and we're looking to improve it every day as well, you know? I'm not gonna say the app's perfect, but the rate that we're moving at, I can see it being really good really quickly. But yeah, the last thing that we're kind of working on is Ace Bench. Can you open up the localhost? I forgot which one it was at. But Ace Bench is basically going to help us make Ace better, because what it does, and I'll show you in a second once it pops up, is it helps us basically measure the success of the output. And what I mean by that is, you know, yesterday we did a test and Codex and Ace created an output and the chat was split 50-50 on which one was better. And so every day we're looking to just increase the quality of the output. And this is Ace Bench right here. And so this is literally just a one-shot prompt, by the way. Like, this is not finalized at all, but this is good to show you what we're aiming for. Where you can kind of see on the left-hand side, this is Claude and then this is Codex. And you can literally open it up and then test it out. Like, what is this maze game, bro? Like what the hell? You can't even see the walls properly. So weird, right? Where then when you go and try Ace's version, you can see it actually works. There's walls and everything. And so part of what we're trying to do here is we're trying to see, okay, every time we make a drastic change, a big improvement, how well is that actually translating into a better result? And this is going to help us figure that out, you know? And the prompt, you can see the prompt here, build a small to-do list app. Or build a simple maze game I can play in the browser. And so I think to start, we're just going to stick to this and constantly try to evolve Ace through this visual method. And then eventually, once it gets to a level, I think we're going to move to a more numeric method where we can look at percentages. But right now, I think visually is actually a way better, because we tried numeric and it actually ends up being kind of confusing. So, because it might say that the numeric, like, it might be like 5% better than the last run, but visually, we're like, yo, the run is shitter. So, yeah. That's Ace, for those wondering. The goal is for this app to one-shot applications. You aren't going to use a hammer for screwing a nail. Something that's similar to Ace is Claude design. I think you can take inspiration to how it asks clarification questions. Well, that's actually exactly where we got inspiration from, me. This whole app was designed by Claude design. And so I completely agree with you right now. It feels like overkill to do a small task. Part of what we're looking to implement is, you know, once that continuity, right? Once you've one-shot your app or once you've built your app, moving forward with it with, you know, smaller tweaks and prompts. Yeah, totally get you. Numeric is just gaslight itself, LMAO. Yeah, actually though. It gave itself like 100% score for like everything except for like one category. And we were like, what the hell? Why is it giving itself such a high score? Anyway, let's improve Ace Bench. So I think first things first, let's go into Claude design. And let's actually design it and make it look a bit nicer. Let's go inside of, screw it, we'll use Ace copy. Just take a screenshot of what we have already. This is the email newsletter thing that we sent out to everyone. It got sent into everyone's spam box. So note to self and everyone watching, do not send an email to your email list with a bunch of you know, sales and icons and stuff. Google's just gonna think it's spam. So yep, I learned that the hard way. Thank you. All right, I want to create a app called Ace Bench, and it's basically a local hosted web app where we are looking to basically measure Ace's output. And I think the best way to do this is on the left-hand side, you have the solo outputs of the agents if they were just by themselves, so Claude and then Codex. And then on the right-hand side, you have Ace's output. And in the below, you have the prompt that was used. And this is going to really help us understand, how to improve Ace's output to get to a level where there's a night and day difference. Currently, it looks a bit, vibe coded and not great. So we're looking to redesign this whole page. I like the concept of having, the single agents on the left and Ace's output on the right. And I think part of what we're looking to improve is currently the actual prompt is not very good. It's just like build a simple maze game I can play in the browser. Like, I think visually we need to come up with prompts that will actually test the model, not just the single models, but Ace as well. So for example, create a Milky Way galaxy simulation where there's a slider to increase and decrease the brightness of the stars. I think that is a much more complex, hard, visually challenging task for the AI agents to cover. And these are the sort of things where we're going to see big disparities between the models. And this is going to help us really improve Ace and the agent harness inside of Ace. Feature requests, built-in usage limits, and also AI deciding what AI workflows is best for a prompt. Okay. Feature request, good feature request. Thank you. Bimbe. Let me go back here. We can probably get rid of the onboarding now. Get rid of all of this. This has basically been my little workspace. You can see it's quite messy. All right. Also, we just hit 500 members on the school community. So if you want to join, check it out. We're about to do a Claude subscription giveaway. Feel free to join. But yeah, come check it out. I didn't even send the prompt because I am a muppet. I sent this on accident. Okay, copy image. Dude, at this point, I'm going to just start a new chat, man. Oh, shit, no. Did that just delete my whole... Hold up, maybe I can fix it. Because I did it through Whisper Flow. So I should be able to retrieve it. There we go. See, that's also another good thing about Whisper Flow, is if you ever lose your text, like accidentally, it doesn't happen often, but like there's probably 2 or 3 times where it has happened. Whisperflow actually comes in clutch because it just saves it for you. So shout out Whisperflow. Also, who can speak faster than me? 116 words per minute right now. All right, let's send this. Man, do you guys reckon Fable's ever gonna come back? A / compact command. That's a good one. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. We do have a new chat option. If you wanted to filter the chat out, it's just here. But every time you guys ask me, like, it's just here. I don't know why it's here, honestly. It says clear chat. But yeah. I can totally understand that. it can be confusing where things are. The drag got me, to be honest. I didn't expect you guys to not know what the drag was, so that tells me that we need to. Okay, so we got a Claude design going in there. Excalibur, Canva, Miro, these all have the same kind of functionality with their canvas where they move. And I don't know how to describe how it does move, but you know, the canvas that I've designed inside of Ace, it's a click and drag, and then it's a right click drag to select, which is different to what I've seen. Now, I'm not sure how it functions on a mouse, but on my trackpad, I've noticed 2 fingers swiping moves the canvas around, whereas actually 2 fingers swiping works on Ace as well. But yeah. This leaves room for a single click to be used to drag and select things. I've noticed this small distinction has caused a lot of confusion amongst users, and so help me describe the usual functionality that is kind of universal, everyone uses it. I see Anthropic sent a request to the government asking to clarify then ban, so we will see. Windows is left click to pan and right click to group, typically flipped. Okay. Let's see. So it's usually the other way around. How are you talking to it? What are you using for dictation? I'm using Whisper Flow. I should probably leave a link to Whisper Flow in the description just because I have that many people asking about it, and they literally reached out to me and they were like, hey, here's an affiliate link. I was like, oh, thanks. And then I never used it. The amount of people that have asked me about Whisper Flow, man. The core distinction is pan equals move the viewport. Okay, A should use standard infinite canvas controls. The agent, the shortest implementation instruction is change Ace canvas controls to match infinite canvas behavior. Left click drag should select move content, not pan the canvas. Trackpad 2-finger drag should pan. Pinch scroll should zoom. Right click drag. Middle mouse drag. Space plus drag. And a hand tool should pan the canvas. Is probably standard infinite canvas controls. Okay. Okay, all right. I want to change the canvas controls slightly, and I think we can have this as a toggle in the settings, but currently we have the method that we use right now to move around the canvas, but I'm actually looking to change it to the standard infinite canvas controls that are universally used across other canvas apps. A should use, yeah. All right, boom. Let's get that going. Let's have a look at Claude design. Ace Bench output gallery redesign. Should I actually, I don't know if you guys can see that. Let me make it bigger. Can you guys see that a little better? Have you tried caveman skill? Yes, sir. Reduces tokens by quite a bit and kills all the useless jargon. Maybe that's like one of the first skills that I want to add to Ace, to be honest. I've tried caveman skill, but like it's not bad. We actually tested it with Fable and we enhanced it. we're able to get a couple more percentages out of it. But should I actually build the playable artifacts or just redesign the gallery shell? Use honest placeholders. I'll wire real artifacts later. Gallery cover. Dude, all of these 3D-ish solar system or orbit simulation, polished landing page, generative art, canvas, audio visualizer, Claude plus Codex toggle between them like the current dots. Yep. How far should the redesign move from the current look? Give me 3 alternatives. One is the Ace brand palette. The other is the darker, more lab instrument. And the third one is surprise me with a bold direction. Within Ace brand. How many prompt rows in the gallery? Rows are when it's horizontal, right? So we probably just go with 2. Oh, actually, we could go more. Like, we'd probably want, like, we could start with 6 or 4. Beyond the side by side, what evaluation signal do you want surfaced? Scored criteria, we could do something like that. Build metadata is a good one, how long it took. Yep, all right, we can leave it at that. Click to open behavior. Dark/light toggle. All right, that should be enough. I mostly like Ace, but it feels like it's not telling me enough. And like, right, I don't have Codex CLI and only set the workflow with Claude. For some reason, it tried to call Codex and error. Yo, Vorzen, have you got screenshots, bro? I think the harness itself tries to use Codex when creating the questions for the project. Okay, so Codex is like the prioritized, but it should still have fallback to Claude if you only have Claude. I don't have Codex CLI and only set the workflow with Claude. For some reason, a user has mentioned that he uses Ace and has only connected Claude to do most of his workflows. However, Codex still gets called and receives an error. Meaning that there could be a few reasons why this happens. One would be when it's going through the build a team phase. Codex is prioritized for the questions. So maybe the fallback to Claude is not very graceful. 2, on the canvas, no idea why Codex is being called. It could be due to the integrate native AI inside of the app trying to look for Codex, but Claude only being available. This is definitely something we need to look into and fix. Try to do a deep dive and understand why this could have happened and how we can fix it. Another thing as well. So my brother recently downloaded Ace and he ran into a problem straight away. And it was the fact that he didn't have node.js installed. And so because of this, it going to click the install and connect button actually just sent him to the node.js download site. And this leads to a whole nother can of worms, because if you're non-technical, you're not going to know what you're doing. And so taking you to a node.js download site is kind of the wrong move. So how can we fix this? First thing that comes to my mind is, do we need node.js bundled inside of the app, pre-installed, like with the app, installed with the app? That way users don't have to worry about it. I'm not going to lie, I didn't even know node.js was used for the app. So it was news to me when you told me. I was like, oh shit, what? But I guess Electrons, node.js uses Electron, so it kind of makes sense. Probably go plan mode. After understanding the root cause of this behavior, I want you to plan out what is the best way to circumvent this. At the end of the day, this is for non-technical people, so yeah, we need to build the app in a way that someone can just download the app and use it. Needs attention, web artifact exists, no expected artifact candidate. Also, this is confusing, but hasn't seemed to really affect anything, but I get this under mission contract. Verification under mission contract. As in this one. This board will derive, okay. Let me ask about it. Just got a comment from a user using Ace. Any idea why this is happening? And can we... Actually, I'll just say that. Yeah, if you guys got more bugs, I've got my Discord community. I should probably put it up at the top of the list. Bug submissions, join the Discord. Ace, bug submissions, join the Discord. All right, I've got at one of the top links in the description is my Discord, where you can, there's a channel specifically for Ace bugs. Would be real useful. Is caveman the best usage reduction skill? There's other ones out there that have been doing. There's, I think, is it Headroom? Headroom. It's not really a skill though. It's a plugin. But there's a. If you were to add everything up, you could definitely. Find a few better ones. Canvas control toggle. Okay. I now have a complete picture of the current implementation and the gap. Let me lay out the plan before touching code, since it changes the core interaction for everyone, and there are a couple of real design forks. What's there today? The classic scheme. So the two things that diverge from universal canvas are left drag pans instead of selecting, and the wheel pans instead of zooming for a mouse. The gap. The only genuine hard part is mouse wheel zooms, but trackpad two finger drag pans both arrive as wheel events and React flows plan. Okay, cool. Two things to confirm before I build. 'Default' for everyone. Default for everyone. 'Default 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 for Default for everyone should just be the universal standard canvas controls. And then, yeah, naming for the settings label should just be canvas controls. That's fine. Cool. It is the one on GitHub. Yeah, it's got like quite a lot of stars. Yo, Johnny, how we doing? Hope you're doing well, man. Real Spider, are you vibe coding right now? There's also a new one called Ponytail. I don't know if you guys have heard. But this is basically a skill that basically teaches your agent to act like a senior developer, which makes it write less code, like a lazy senior developer, which basically makes it write less code and can also save tokens, even though it's not meant to be. It's 54% less code, up to 94%, 20% cheaper, 27% faster, 100% safe. Yeah, pretty interesting. I haven't tried it out yet, but it's a pretty creative name. My Claude weekly limit is at 83%. Am I done for? What are you building, Real Spider? Oh, I seen this. Don't use it, LMAO. Have you tried it, Jmart? Yo, also, we got 20 people watching and only 6 likes, man. Like up the stream if you haven't already. God damn, man. Yeah, I mean, people kind of like, I've noticed people enjoy like these skills. They kind of go viral, not just for the use case, but for the actual branding of the skill. So for example, caveman is branded caveman, and you know, people kind of liked it because it turned their Claude into a caveman. Now ponytail, like, you don't think of some sweaty old developer with a ponytail when you think of ponytail, you know? That's not the first thing that comes up. But then you look at it and it looks like this, and you're kind of like, oh, I get it. I've noticed those kinds of skills, they tend to be like they tend to go a bit more viral because people kind of not only enjoy it for what its capability, but also enjoy it for the humor aspect as well. How did you market your crypto app? I had a really good product market fit. And so every post I made would get lots of likes. You know, like without me doing any sort of marketing, purely organic, was able to get quite a lot of like you can see every single post, 2.4K views, 16K views, 2.1K, 1.4K, that one's not too good. 5.3K, 125 likes. Like, that's pretty crazy considering this is just a new account, right? So there were moments where we had the co-founder of Solana, Toli, he retweeted us. This brought in, he has 1.4 million followers. He retweeted us, 360 likes, 50,000 views. This generated like 500 users alone, this tweet. So yeah, we got pretty lucky. Also just really good product market fit though. What's going on over here? So this is what that message is. Verification needs attention, plus web artifact exists. No expected where artifact candidate was found is Ace's own mission contract. Yo, Bimbe. Did this pop up when you opened a blank canvas or you went to build with team? Because I think I know what's happened. Best RNG, lol. I think what might have happened is the user went to go and create a fresh board, start from scratch rather than build a team. And this okay. So the user says that they went to build a team, and it's been like that ever since they created the project. It's also worth evaluating what happens when a user starts from scratch, as there isn't really any questions or anything that can occur to create a contract. One second, lads. I just noticed the Nightbot in the chat the link isn't clickable. So let me fix that real quick. Ain't nobody gonna copy paste that shit. There we go. All done. All right. Let's have a look at Claude Design. Let's look at the latest Ace Bench output gallery. Oh, I love looking at Claude Design's like options because it's kind of cool. All right. This is not bad. This is kind of just improving what we already had, which I don't know. That's a cool prompt. Make a generative art canvas that produces a new composition on each reload with PNG export. Build a dashboard that visualizes a dataset with live filtering and linked charts. Create an interactive fluid particle playground that swirls and reacts to the cursor. Build a Milky Way galaxy simulation with a slider that controls the brightness of the stars. Okay, this is lab, which honestly didn't really do much. Ooh. Okay, I don't love it. I didn't really want you to use the original UI as a starting point. I actually wanted to just show you that so you understood the composition and the layout, but I wanted you to completely change the theme and branding and style to look closer to what the actual Ace canvas kind of feels like and looks like. So could you give me another 2 alternatives that are wildly different to what we have here, keeping the same sort of structure of the 2 columns and the everything, but yeah, really just changing how it looks visually. Dude, Claude Design is so good. I know, right? I would have never considered to even add these little marks down here, but they're actually quite helpful. Anthropic offer 6 months free of 20x usage for GitHub contributors with big open source projects. They're going to train on the data. It's so smart. Yo, I kind of have a small open source project. Maybe I could ask for it. Do you reckon 180 stars is considered big, guys? Claude Design is good, but it what's up your usage. I get that, but kill switch, the way that I would look at it is this. If you spray and pray with an AI agent, without using Claude Design or without giving it any design criteria, then just from a prompt, you try to describe what you want. Chances are you're not going to like what the agent creates, and then you're going to have to spend more tokens debugging and fixing your output. Where this way, you're actually using less tokens designing things, because you don't actually need to create the functionality of the thing. Does that make sense? So you're actually spending less tokens designing everything, because it doesn't need to actually work. It just needs to look nice. And so through this method, you're actually saving tokens, because you're not spraying and praying. You're just one-shotting your ideal. Like, it might take more tokens in the process, but I think in the long run, you actually end up saving tokens. Like, what's my usage at right now? I don't think it's that bad. To be fair, we've got multiple Claude instances running right here, but we are at, we've got Claude Design in the actual app now. I forgot. We're only at 17%. So it's not that bad. My usage reset the other day. So yeah, so we got Claude Design in the app now. That's kind of cool. I should probably start using this. I seen a guy say he had barely any stars and he still got approved. Yo, maybe I gotta try this out. Damn, I'm gonna apply. Which approach should I plan around for providing Node.js? All right, so let's see what it says. I've confirmed the root cause and designed a recommended fix before I finalize the plan. Here's the situation and 2 decisions I'd like your input on. The key realization: your instinct. Bundle Node with the app is right, but better than you think. Ace already bundles Node. It's an Electron app, and Electron embeds a complete Node.js runtime. Ace even runs its own server through it. It just doesn't use that built-in node when installing the agent CLIs. So it goes looking for a separate system node, and then there isn't one, dumps your brother on node.js org. So we don't need to ship a second node. We can make the installer use the one that's already installed inside the app. That's even existing precedent. There's even Windows Ace already runs Codex and Gemini through Electron's node. Oh, nice. Shout out Jmart for doing that. 3 ways to solve it. Every time I see like something with a Windows fix, I'm just like, shout out Jmart. That's probably him. Following up to this, I have Codex connected. It is not in my workflow because I ran out of credits, but it tried to call it just now when running it. I tried again so far. I haven't gotten that error. Well, it happened again. So you got the error again, Bimbe? The verification error? It could be because your Codex is out of credits. But it tried to, honestly, Bimbe, if you could share screenshots, that would be really helpful, man. Really helpful. Because we have this section right here, Ace feedback, and it hasn't really been used, but screenshots would really help me narrow down the issue. Moltboard was not a Stripe dashboard thing. It was a crypto project. During the OpenClaw hype, we created Moltboard, which was like this collaborative canvas where OpenClaw agents could come in and, draw pixels on a canvas. And we submitted it to the Solana hackathon. The 3 ways to solve it: use Ace's built-in node, my recommendation. Add a tiny internal node shim that points at the Electron runtime. Into the server package, install and connect, then install the CLIs using Ace's down node. How should we roll this out? Given your brother hit it immediately, go straight to the full fix. Install plus run both work with 0 system node verified on a clean Mac before shipping. Show clear in app guidance now, then land the full fix later. Go straight to the full fix, obviously. Can't share screenshots on YouTube. Also don't have Discord, but here is the exact wording. How have you set up your workflow in Conductor? It's really simple. So I have Claude, basic, or Codex, whatever's doing the best at the time, build the code. And then on the top right-hand side, you'll see this review button. This basically lets GPT 5.5 join in and review the code that was just made. So whatever model you have writing the code, you have another model reviewing the code. Is OpenCode better than Claude's normal coding IDE? I don't know because I've never used OpenCode, but I have heard that Claude's normal coding IDE is not very good. The changes are in the work tree, not committed. So what happened exactly? Deep dive complete, root cause found and fixed. The root cause, 1 bug, 2 symptoms. ACE conflates 2 different ideas about a model. Enabled, just model off a config string. Connected, actually signed in the auth probe. Crucially, not off, unlike Gemini, which defaults off in... So Codex is enabled in every workspace by default, even when the user only ever connected Claude. Connecting only Claude is an auth state. It never flips Codex model to off. The single pre-run auth gate only checks the models a user explicitly put on the board. The places that silently swap in another model were never auth checked, so they'd spawn enabled but disconnected Codex, which fails auth. Okay. Forward that straight to the UI as a red Codex error. Codex authentication failed. Your 2 scenarios. Build a team, already fixed on this branch. Canvas. This was the genuinely unfixed bug. The orchestration is failover. Drops disconnected provider. Fallback used by board runs. The fix, keep the orchestrator a pure function of its config. Okay, let's get a review on this. Yo, Bimbe, we're trying to fix it right now. I'm using Conductor right now, Real Spider, as you can see right here. Bundle Node.js in app. Maybe I can... Okay. Get CLI set up. Claude Code's native installer. A possible future simplification for Claude only, but Codex and Gemini remain NPM based, so the embedded node path is still required. Build team stuck, no questions. The panel is not live verification. It renders the last proof bundle found in the message history and never expires it. So one imperfect first pass on the web classifier. Evaluation start from scratch. Please implement the fix, and then I'll review before we merge to dev. Okay, we've got This is still gone. Let's give it a refresh. Okay, board canvas. That's kind of cool, I guess. Codex, Claude, Codex, and then Ace. That's kind of nice. I kind of like it. All right, let's have a look at Ace Bench. Which one is it? Eval console. Oh. I'm kind of like an eval console. Only because I will say like the bezel is quite small. Like the actual preview. I like eval console. I just think that there's too much gradient, makes it feel a bit AI sloppy. I also think the preview for the output needs to be a lot bigger. It needs to be covering up most of that card, because this is what people are interested in and what they want to see. So the preview box should be way bigger, as little bezels as possible. I think the Claude and the Ace model selection can be at the bottom, in between the rankings and the preview. Also, can we create a toggle between night mode and light mode for the eval console? The brand one. So this is what the other one looks like. Was it this one? No. It's not this one. This one. Click markup. Yeah, true. That's a good point. Wait, what's the difference between markup and comments? Click and tell Claude what to change. What's the difference between these two? It's weird. Okay. You can actually highlight it to specifically target what you're talking about. Okay. So what do you think of this one? This one is the canvas looking one, and I don't think it's that good. I don't know. It feels a bit too weird. I don't mind the verse. It's kind of nice, but we don't like. Let me look at this one again now. Why would these pop up, I wonder? Yo, Vorzen, if you go into the description, the third link is Ace Bug Submissions, join the Discord. Inside the Discord, we've got this tab called Ace Feedback. All bugs and stuff are welcome. Yo, Emilio, check it out. So Emilio used Ace to create a website and it came out like this. This is kind of cool. This looks like a cool website. Elevara, a premium elephant-inspired brand creating ethical travel, conservation partnerships, and nature-led programs with measurable community impact. Yo, this looks pretty good. Looks pretty freaking good. Damn. Nice. Good shit. Default for everyone should be CLI, green, merge, stay clean. Let me get a review on this. Codex core despite Claude only. Disconnected Claude can still run from board follow-ups and repair. Let me copy this. Paste it in here. Top right. I don't think that works. Oh, it does. Okay. See, look, it does this. Yo, let me find my headphones real quick. I'll chuck some music on. Get the vibes going, you know? Where'd I put them? I can't find them. I have no idea where I put them. Yeah, GG's. Good morning, Lily. How you doing? Eval console for the win. Yeah, J-Mart, you reckon? I just feel like if it's dark, we're going to be able to see the preview better. You know what I mean? If it's light, we might actually not see the preview as much. What else do I want to get done? We've got onboarding bug, fixing that. Build Ace Bench, we're doing that. I want to try and find some winning competitor videos today. We also need to fix the VSL video sales letter on the website. I sent the bug, by the way, in the channel. Thank you, sir. Good. Just popping in to say good morning. Good morning to you too. Hope you have a good day, Lily. Bug, I am on Windows. Not sure why it is like this. Currently got a Codex agent working and this popped up. I'm on Windows. Yo, J-Mart. J-Mart, we got a Windows bug. I'm gonna tag Jay. Alright, J-Mart's profile pic is diabolical, by the way. Shrek is crazy, man. Okay, so this is console. Nighttime. Okay, that looks way nicer. Yep. One more thing. Let me try markup. Let's try markup. All right. remove. Wait. And then it just turned into a... Wait, what? Remove. Wait. Can I select the whole... Yeah, okay. Remove the... But see how I can only select one thing now, Jay? Shrek 5. Dude, Shrek used to be my shit, man, back in the day. I used to watch that a lot. Nah, not vibing with markup. Dude, that's the bug I've been trying to fix the past 2 days, LMAO. Yo, what? How do you get to the bug, Jmart? Do you know? Does it just randomly pop up, or is there a certain trigger? Maybe I can help, or maybe I can make it worse. Can we remove the top single agent and ace output header? It's not necessary when it's already shown at the bottom. Also, that wired icon, I think we can show it on the right hand side at the bottom of the preview as well, in the same kind of section as the Claude/Ace label. We can put it above the model picker for the model single agents. And yeah, I think we could reduce the padding around the actual text, and maybe not the text actually. I think we can reduce the padding around the preview, so increase the size of the preview, but keep the padding for the bottom section where the text is. I think we could also add at the bottom, at the very bottom where this says like a random one-liner. It's above the prompt, but below the stats. I think what we could do is remove this, but there could be a little copy button, and it copies the observations made. So for example, you know, when the Ace Bench runs, we have an AI that's observing what is happening, and that AI is writing everything down. And that observation can be copied in .md format, markdown format, in markdown format. And can be reused to help better the... Man, my prompting today is ass. And we can reuse that to help better improve Ace. All right. It's the app itself. It's a Windows versus Mac thing. Yours does it too, you just don't see it, but for some reason on Windows it wants to show what it's calling more or less. And I'm trying to like not change anything that could potentially affect Mac side. I mean, if you think something needs to be changed, I'm open to it. Because if it's happening on Mac as well, it's just less noticeable, then that's clearly, there must be a better improvement, you know? I'm winging everything, Jmart. So, you know, if you're coming in and you have a better solution or something that I've winged, totally open to it, man. Okay, so that's going to keep going. What else could we work on? Build team stock, no questions. Let me get a review on this. Standard infinite canvas. Can persist to the wrong workspace. All right, we're working on that. What else could we do? Oh yeah, I kind of wanted to create a system prompt generation button. How would that work? Okay, I could probably remove this tab so we don't have too many of them. If I'm being honest, for my project and other projects, a super base CLI would be extremely, extremely helpful. Okay. I think, well, we use Superbase, right? So do we not use it, the CLI? A Superbase CLI. Let me add that. But you don't need Superbase CLI to do Superbase work, right? Because like I did the whole Superbase of Ace without the CLI. Superbase and Vercel. I'll just say Superbase CLI plus Vercel CLI. It is helpful. Why those two and not others? Get one more review. Also, thank you. Got to go. See you later. Peace out, Bimbe. Hope you're having a good time. Enjoy the rest of your day. Findings. Did I merge this to dev? Is this merged to dev already? This was released dev to main. Regarding, I'm noticing that something with an error pops up. It can look really messy. Okay. I gotta stop using the normal app. I should be using Ace Dev. Because they are some of the most used ones. Theoretically, couldn't you just instruct Ace to use them? Yeah, I mean, if you've given Ace permissions, then it should be able to install everything. So if I was to change this to a model that didn't work, like Claude, actually Claude works. Llama. If If I changed the 3 llamas. 3 llamas. Add or enable at least one Claude Codex or Gemini agent before running the board. Oh, there's a report button. Could not report. I noticed that there is a report button. However, when I press the report button, it says could not report. I think the best method for this would be to connect to the SMTP on Cloudflare and be able to send me emails. So I get emailed the error. Is this yes, it's moved to dev. This is regarding onboarding download the app for the first time. It prompts you to connect your Claude to the app. One thing you notice, Claude CLI, okay. Live on the dev runtime. Okay. I mean, if this is good, an auth root failure. To actually exercise it, we need to force an auth failure. Run the board, see the reconnect Claude prompt. Want me to do that? Yes. Theoretically, couldn't you just wait? I added that. It's supposed to allow users to auto report bugs. I thought you had a bug form in already. I do. I just want to make sure it's all synced up because it did say it didn't come through. So let me just check. Oh. Okay, wait, no, this guy just reached out. Okay. So, I mean, we're getting feedback. Okay, this guy's saying he got it and he can't use it. It doesn't allow me to use your website. Okay. Got to reply to this guy. Got a few people to... got a refund request. Okay, I should probably reply to this guy. But we're not getting feedback. Maybe it's coming into spam. Trash? No. So where does it go? Okay, authentication required. Now let me try this. And then I'll go, hey. Okay, Claude is not configured or authorized yet. Install, but not signed in yet. Okay. Wait, which one was it? Was it this one? Wait, which was the one? Install Agent CLI with Ace's embedded node. Build team stock, no questions. Which was the one I said yes to? I just sent a yes prompt. Where did it go? Dude, I've lost it. Am I tripping right now? Okay, anyway. So if I take a screenshot of this, this was for CLI's, is this on? Dude, where did it go? Validate the login, retrying attempt. Like, actually, where did it go? It's got to be one of these. Standard infinite, it's not that one. Build team stock, no questions. Release dev to main, onboarding fixes. I'm pretty sure it's this one. Gross and messy. I wonder where could we create a global error handler. It's not this one. Did I archive it on accident? Oh, it's there. Okay. I just had to scroll up. Thanks. I'm an idiot. All right. So it's worth noting that this pops up when a user has connected Claude and needs to authenticate. So I think the message should be more around authentication required, similar to how Conductor says it, because right now it's a bit confusing what is actually the cause, but we know the cause is authentication required, because if the user has already connected Claude and then there's an issue, then we know it's authentication related. So we should make the messaging around that rather than showing this confusing thing. And we should just have 2 buttons. Reconnect Claude and cancel. 3 buttons is too confusing. Mirakami, how we doing? I haven't seen you in a minute. Reconnect Claude takes me to the Claude OAuth. Nice. That all happened smooth. Sign in, but the prompt could not be resent yet. Please try again in a moment. So let me copy this. After clicking the reconnect Claude button and authorizing access, I got this error. Which is a bit weird and confusing as well. Signed in, but the prompt could not be resent yet. Please try again in a moment. It also, after signing in, this section still showed up. So in order for me to click out of it, I had to press the cancel button, which doesn't really make any sense, because if the app knows that the authorization worked, then shouldn't it just take me back to the canvas rather than having to press the cancel button, which doesn't make any sense, like psychologically, because you've already done the thing that it's asked you to do. So why would you press cancel to get out of it? It should automatically just get out of it if you've done the whole process. Then, to avoid that from happening, that error message, could we delay by like 2 or 3 seconds before the prompt gets sent? Or we just don't send the prompt at all and we wait for the user to prompt gets sent. Man, there were like 10. Good thing we tested that. Install agent CLIs. Let's review. No issues found. I reviewed against original dev. Okay, that's pretty good then. This should be good to go. Let's go ahead and merge. Just verifying that this is merged to dev. Let's have a look at Claude design. Oh, that's way nicer. Copy observations. Nice. Cool. Nighttime mode. Ace bench. Okay, I think this is good. Can I delete this? Remove. I think there's too much padding around this. This should be really small and take up way less space, as you know, it's not that important, and a quick glance is all this should be used for. Hey man, where's the new revenue coming from? It's coming from my new app, Ace. Coco, haven't seen you in a minute, man. Hope you're doing well. What would you like to know, Moon Labs? Claude. This is Claude design, and I'm just using Claude design to build out Ace Bench, which is going to help us view single agent outputs versus my app Ace's outputs and compare and see how we can improve. That's what I'm doing right now. Just verify that this is merged to dev. The watcher exited. Okay, cool. Refresh. A lot smaller. Let's remove there. I don't think we need to remove. I don't think we need a mention for prompts. I think we can remove everything except for the amount of slots that are wired. That's really the only important metric that we need. Two ways. Maybe I don't like how this is kind of said. Give me alternatives for the sub header copy. I just want it to be a clean one-liner that says exactly what Ace Bench is. Ace Bench is literally used to verify the quality of the outputs to help us make Ace better overall. Benchmark study for checking Ace's output quality. Verifies Aces. I mean, we can literally just call that. Change this to just. Okay. This is going to be a huge upgrade for Ace, man. Install the agency lies. Is this Ace Dev that I'm inside of? Yep. Continue. Domain, continue. And then I think this is good to export. Can we also make it so that the header is not sticky? And then we're good. Let me give this a refresh. Okay, nice. Cool, I think we're good. Share, export. Standalone HTML. We file in this project zipped. Maybe we do that. Send to Claude Code, add a destination. Oh, cool. This is new. So you can add it to something. Man, I'm waiting for them to add conductor. That would be lit. Standalone HTML. Actually, can we update the Claude and Codex logos to actually include the logo. Because right now it's just a placeholder CL or CX. But if we actually showed the logo, kind of like how we're showing the Ace logo, would be good. Let me get another review. I think we're running into our Claude usage now. What are we at? 37%, it's not too bad. Do project. What do you mean? What you mean, J-Mar? Let's verify there's no more issues. Do project export. Oh, you reckon this one? Every file in this project is zipped. I want to make sure that it's not doing every file in this project. Let me maybe ask it. All right, I want to download this Ace Bench design as a .zip. There we go. That's way nicer. Cool. Are you using API credits in your Conductor IDE? No, I am not. I'm using my subscription. Cool. Yeah, this is looking clean. It gives all context rather than a standard HTML file. It won't do like every iteration. It does the final version of an entire thing. Ah, I didn't know that. Because I was scared that the .zip exported like every single page in this project. And there's like 50 pages in here. So this was regarding error handling. Done. The dialog rework is complete. Reviewed, clean, and gates pass. Now for a reconnect situation, connected provider that needs auth. Title: Claude authentication required. Body: reconnect your Claude account to continue. 2 buttons only. Cancel, reconnect Claude. On success, auto closes to the canvas plus a Claude reconnected toast. No more pressing cancel after you've already signed in. No auto resend. The could not be resent error path is gone. You start the run yourself. On failure, stays open with a clear message. Sign in did not finish. Please try again. Now reconnect cases not. Okay, cool. So uncommitted. Want me to ship it to dev? Please ship it to dev. LMAO, no, that would be wicked. Bro, that would be wicked. Okay, cool. Yeah, because I noticed HTMLs, they actually kind of struggle. All right, let's go to Ace Bench now here. Here is the new wireframes and design for Ace Bench and how it should look, how it should function. Note that this is purely visual, so you need to kind of wire everything together, making sure each button works and everything is working the way it is intended to. The short could not report is not mainly an SMTP problem. The report request is being rejected before email is ever attempted, and the email path has a few architectural wrinkles worth deciding before any code. Here's the picture. Why it says could not report. The report button, I'll come back to where it's from. Message plus page, but the backend requires a contact email and throws a validation error if it's missing. Okay, let me give it an email. Contact email is already configured on Resend and Cloudflare. Support at buildwithace.ai. Example. To the other session, keeps the button or hold onto your sync. Do you have a resend key for a domain or show wire provider agnostic and leave the key for you to drop in? Is the main email reply. Ship to dev. This is regarding OAuth. Boss, why don't you use send to Claude Code? It gives you a one-shot prompt to feed it. Really? Because I thought send to Claude Code would only work if it was inside of the Claude Code IDE. That's actually why. Interesting. What do you reckon is the best handoff? Because I've tried all three now. I've tried Zip. I've tried... Actually, I haven't tried the handoff to Claude Code. I've only tried Zip and HTML. HTML, it tends to miss a lot of things. Zip, it does a pretty good job. I'm not too sure about this one, though. Three views of the same data. Okay, cool. That's working. Review. Just verifying this is merged to dev. Let's get a review going. I don't know if Conductor would let you. If it doesn't have the design connector, it wouldn't work. Yeah, okay. See, that's the thing. Like, I only really like working inside a conductor. I'd assume the zip is same quality, as it's literally one extra step because you have to download it. It even gives you zip option in the send to Claude code prompt. Yeah, I think zip is the best quality as well because it doesn't need access to the internet. Like, it's all locally, every single thing, like the logos and everything. Build team stuck to actually fix the user's bug. Proceed. De-risk classification. Don't attach a required web artifact gate unless the deliverable is unambiguously web. Fix the sticky panel. Reevaluate or show staleness instead of freezing the last failed verdict. Already has an index HTML where the agent does nothing useful. Will now pass this gate on the pre-existing file. I bounded the blast. Okay. Not guess a third time. The fastest way to pin the real cause is the failing boards mission contract workflow and its latest proof bundle. All the runs with that. You can tell misclassification from sticky bundle in one look, then fix the right layer. A, de-risk. B, fix the sticky panel. Need to 1, get those diagnostics from the user board first. 2, go straight to A or B. And 3, ship this regression test standalone. Small and it starts. Any idea that's happening? Starts from scratch, blank canvas, the 3 real defects. So I'll drop 2 and keep just 1, which alone fixes the committed get ignored first run case. What is your suggestion? Merge to main. Okay. Merge to dev. Bro, show your app was having a doubt that if I give a point line that you should leave this point, can it do that like message said a cloud, you have to stop when this point is hidden? What? Bro, your app was having a doubt that if I give a point line that you should leave this point, can it do that? Like message said a cloud, you have to stop when this point is hidden. What do you mean? I don't fully understand what you're trying to say, bro. Do you mean like a goal? Like you want to set a goal for the agents to achieve? Is that what you're trying to say? I'm confused. What is your suggestion? Is decisively treat this as stale state. Here's the reasoning. Why B the right path? Why not A? Standalone test PR. Get one. So concretely my reckoning. All right. Yes. Continue. Okay. Cool. Merge to dev. Brother, I'm high and that sent me. That might be a translation because no way. What is bro yapping about? Yeah, I mean goal. All right, so what you can do is the goal for a project is mainly set through here. When you go through the onboarding and you write this out, this is kind of where the goal is set. And then from there, what you can do is you can go inside of the app. Let's say you've already set the goal. And then you can change. The main thing is there's this mission contract, which I haven't made changeable yet. Like you can't change this mission contract. So if your goal for the whole board is to build an app, a specific app, then that is the mission contract, okay? And then what you can actually do inside of here is you can then prompt the agents, okay? So let's say it is, I want to add a feature to the app about, being able to upload photos. Okay, and then that's what the prompt's going to be, right? So what you can actually do is you can kind of connect this back here, or you could connect it back here if you wanted to as well. And you can set like, until reviewer approves, until quality reaches 100%, which is obviously not going to happen. But you can kind of set these extra loops, so the final output's going to be better. Does that make sense? And you just need to set up your thing properly, because I've got a build agent here, but I'd need to change like. I'd probably need to. Oh, that's actually one thing that I could add right now. When I click on the loop, I can't delete it. When I click on the loop, there's no way to actually delete it. So it's kind of annoying. Like if I click in the outside area, it should select the loop, but I can't delete the loop when I press the delete button, even though I can delete everything else. But that should work if you have like a reviewer agent involved. So if I was to go into like here, like you can add an extra agent here. Like literally copy this, put this over here, create a stage. I just turn this into a maybe critic or QA, one of these two. And then you could literally just rewrite the entire prompt, put it here. You could loop the whole thing, loop this thing, like whatever you think it needs to be looped. Like eventually, obviously, I want to create more guidance around, doing these things. But right now, it's purely like creative. So you're coming in here and being like, okay, let me loop these two together. oh, okay, let me actually, you know, create the loop here. And then the build agent goes into the review agent and they iterate back and forth, because technically the research and the plan agent don't really need to be involved in the loop, right? The review agent is going to have feedback, and then the build agent is going to build on the feedback. Like, that's kind of all you need. So yeah, hope that answers your question. Bro, what kind of setup are you using? I mean, it depends. It depends on the task at hand. Like, every setup is different. You can see here, if I go into the actual Ace Dev app, oh, my computer's lagging like crazy right now. But I'll usually do like a three-man setup. I think 3 teams is really good. I do something simple like this if you just want like an answer to something. But dude, my laptop is super laggy right now. Let me restart. Let me get rid of some of these. Okay. So usually what I'll do is I'll have 3 teams. And I'll literally just, oh, that's another thing I can fix probably. Like this. The reason that stages is important is because it's prioritized. So you can see here, you can make this the number 1 priority stage. And then this one turns to number 2. So this means that the prompt is going to come here first. All right. So depending on like how you want to set it up, you prioritize the stages. And different agents are good at different things, right? So you might prefer Gemini's UI design over Claude's, for example. And then boom, there you have your team. And then you can, see, I messed up here because 1 goes into 2. So technically now, this should be over here, because that ends up being a loop. So I should probably make that a bit more. And then this goes into, yeah, okay, I messed that up. It should go the other way around. Restart. No, for building it, dude, for building it, you just go into build a team because it does it automatically for you. I'm showing it to you manually, but you could go into build a team. Have you tried build a team yet? Arhan? Because if you build a team, this handles literally all the heavy lifting for you. It does it for you. Because it comes up with the prompts and everything. Another thing that I noticed is sometimes actually we'll leave it. Merge to dev. This is on dev. Publish flow complete. Ace.dev. Review workspace changes. This is merged to main now. Do users need a completely new app rebuild for changes to take effect, or what? Like, for example, will my brother have to re-download the app? You add instructions for it, complex, same issue with like this loop, go different. No, I will try. Yo, Arhan, build a team, bro. It literally does, it sets up everything for you. The main feature of Ace is the build a team function. Was there any update to the Windows client installer? It was sluggish for me when I tried to set up Ace. When did you set it up? We've made quite a few improvements on the Windows side in the last like 48 hours, I'd say. Also, if you guys have additional bugs and feedback, third link in the description, join the Discord. We have a channel inside of the Discord where you are able to provide your feedback. Like here. You can see this guy's already provided some feedback. Okay, you can remove this, fix step 2, duplicate questions. Do we merge this to main? Remove. Fix Claude reauth. Please ship it to dev. Dev, this is the reauth. Okay, cool. Merge to main. So why did you rather re-download? Almost certainly one of these not.node fix itself. It was first onto a build with the working updater. If you want, I can check exactly which app build. My brother is on the latest app build. Majority of people are. There's only like 2 people who are on the old app build. I just thought that in order for node.js to be bundled inside of your build, it needs to be re-downloaded. But you're saying that the pre-existing app will already support this? I don't know about Discord. I didn't see a link or anything. I'm in there now. Thanks. If I have any issues, I'll report there. Thanks, bro. Yeah, that'll be really helpful because we can kind of see straight away with screenshots what is going on. See, like it's real easy for me to literally just copy this guy now, paste it in here, and tell the agent exactly what's up. I did notice that the board is not quite synced. Like it said in chat codex working, but in the board it was saying waiting. Not big issue, but would be also in general great to see more action and what the agents do to know if something is going on or possibly broke. More history in the chat of the agents, possibly with a extra option to turn off or on for a cleaner chat. Yep, agree. So one thing that I have noticed, and I'm sure others have too, is when you actually go to build something, it'll say generating and then other 2 agents waiting. For example, here, when the board is running, it will always just show the other 2 agents waiting, or only the first agent actually gets a generating label. All the other agents just show waiting, even when it's close to finishing the output, and the output is like 30 seconds before finalization. So I think we need to look into why this is happening and fix it. So I had this pop up when I started a generation and then I stopped it. It said something went wrong, please try again. However, what went wrong was I pressed the stop button. And I think it needs to understand that when the user presses the stop button, it's not really an error. So it shouldn't be this big red button, this big red kind of notification. It should just be like an orange one that says generation stopped or something like that, or run stopped or something. Something a bit lighter, you know? Will you try to include a new model like GLM 5.2? Yes, 100%. We're going to be including more models into ACE, definitely. GLM 5.2's at the top of the list. Okay, so we've got done the new design wired to real data and live committed, 76 tests, type check. Let's have a look. This is the new ACE bench. And you know, we're building the infrastructure as well, like you can see with ACE bench, to actually be able to measure the output. Okay, so all of a sudden I can see that it's different. ACE Bench's final UI is very different to the zip. See, this is where I'm thinking things got because you can see I just want the ACE Bench console version. I don't want everything else because I think that's actually distracting the agent from implementing ACE Bench console and started implementing the other ACE Bench options. This is the final output we received. You can see it looks completely different. It doesn't even have the right header or subheader. The previews are still small. The colors are different. It's completely different. That's annoying. The fix is complete and all gates pass. Here's the summary. Regular loop edges render as normal React flow edges and were always deletable. The board has two kinds of loop. Workflow loop tracks. Click the loop track pill, then either press delete or click delete loop. I think kind of like how we have it set up with the stages, where if someone clicks an empty space inside of a stage, they can select a stage and delete it. The same thing should apply with loops. So if you click inside an empty space inside of a loop, it actually deletes it. I've heard a lot of good things about open design, to be honest. But it's literally just Claude design. I think open design was literally built for the fact that Claude Design had a usage limit, except now it doesn't. I don't think Conductor has design connector. It doesn't need that. Claude Design Connector. Is there a way to automate social media posting with OpenClaw? Do you have a video on that? Yes, I do. If you scroll down a little bit, I posted one a little while ago. This one right here. Generate 1 million views on autopilot with OpenClaw. I run through it. Check it out. The hell? Why is it taking me here? Understood. Let's strip this down to just the console. So there's one unambiguous deliverable. I'll delete the board and brand. Now create the clean canonical console HTML and trim the shared data to just prompts. Let me read the data files prompts to preserve them. Cleanly on its own, title as per your direct edit, keeping it, regenerate the standalone with a clean name. To be honest, I like Conductor, but I know the team won't port it to Windows, so I'm just building my own. Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder why they won't port it to Windows. Any theories? Ace Bench's final UI is very different to the zip provided. The previews are bigger, the colors are different, the text is different. It's very different to what was designed. Please review the zip thoroughly and look into what is different. Oh, nice. We got the new update, or you can select to drag. What it takes to actually email you needs all three. Merge this to dev. Deploy to main. Secrets on Ace Dual Code backend via Wrangler. None are set today per Wrangler. Your call. 2 branches ready to ship. Deploy the host worker. Email plus resend code. This is required. A forwarded error report. No contact email. Hitting the old hosted code would steal 400. Cloudflare secrets on dual code backend. Per Wrangler.json. I'm going to try give it resend API. Also, how do you plan to use Ace to build itself? By creating loops. Thank you. I first started with OpenClaw, but most people are pushing Claude. Should I switch to stay relevant? I mean, OpenClaw has a lot of issues, man. There's a reason why I stopped using it. Hermes is kind of the alternative to OpenClaw, which is a lot less buggy. Claude can do a lot of things that as well, like if you schedule tasks. That is actually an insane difference. That must be the punishment of not using Claude tools end to end. Yeah, probably. From being broke to making a very nice product is insane to M. I've lost my train of thought. Resend API. Right, got the API key. All right. How much should this change cover? The core. This is regarding the core stage status sync bug. Board stuck on stage 1, out of sync with chat is in either way. Bug fix only. Make the board show the real active stage and agree with the chat. Smallest, safest ships fast. Fix plus board activity. Also surface this active stage's live streaming reasoning and a clear working indicator on the board. It's alive or stuck. Chat toggle for full agent reasoning history with, I think this one, bug fix. For the more agent history in chat with on-off part, there's already a direct mode toggle, raw per agent output instead of synthesis. How do you want this history shown? They currently clamp to 4 lines into expandable scrollable cards, plus a short rolling log behind a new show agent activity toggle. Lean on the existing direct mode, surface it more prominent as the on-off control instead of building a new one. Logs what each agent did, toggleable for cleaner chat. Yeah, I think we could skip that for now, but I think agent history is important. Agent history sidebar. I think that's actually a better way to communicate. That's actually not a bad idea. I don't know if you guys ever remember playing like Clash of Clans or something, but there was like that world chat where you could talk to everyone in the world and it was on the left-hand side. What if that was like what we could create with Ace and the world chat was just the different agents talking to each other? And then you could kind of throw your input in there. That sounds like a way better method of communication. Exit code killed by a sigterm, which is exactly the signal the stop button sends. The app aborts the run and kills the Claude. Those CLIs installs their own sigterm handler and exit with code 143. The runner emit a generic error event. Test claiming and abort emit 0 errors, but it only passed because it mock killed with a null. Okay. There are runtime changes, UI plus server, so per the Duo code flow, they reach The dev app only. Merge to dev. Cool, approve. So like a global chat for you and all the agents, that would be sick. Yeah, I think that is actually the problem. I think that would actually solve a lot of problems. Because right now it feels a little bit disconnected. Because, you know, there's no real method to talk to this agent versus this agent. So you kind of talk to all of them in here. So what if there was a side chat bar, like kind of over here or maybe over here on the right hand side, and you could talk to it and then tag specific agents. So at everyone or at research or at plan or at build, and then you can talk to that agent directly. That is a huge breakthrough. I'm not gonna lie, that's a really good idea. And then that is kind of what can be used, and you feel connected to the agents a bit more. Yeah, yo. See, that is how you keep it. That's how you actually make it a yo. And what you can see on the chat is them, the agents talking to each other to build the thing, and to actually, like, you can see kind of small little one-liners of the agents kind of talking to each other, like simplified. And that's kind of the chat. And then you get your final output. Dude. Things need to change around the app a little bit for that to work. Workspace prompt would probably need to be like a chat box here. Maybe I'd move the map onto the left-hand side. But that's definitely something that I want to do. Dude. With global agent chat, allowing to see agents communicating together with tags to talk to specific agents. Dude, that's a huge upgrade. I'm not gonna lie. That's a big update. That's a big update. Okay. I just thought that in order for Node, your intuition is exactly right, but for a different approach than the one we took, bundling a separate new dot into the app would absolutely require a rebuild. Here's the trick. ASIN get node.js. Okay. Okay. Sweet. Are we merged to dev? Sweet. Let's go ahead and merge to main. Okay. Use WebSockets for it. Okay. Use WebSockets. I don't fully understand WebSockets yet, to be honest. What is a WebSocket? Like, I hear it being used a lot, but I don't actually understand it. A WebSocket is a communication protocol that creates a persistent two-way connection between a client, like a web browser, and a server. Unlike standard HTTP, where the server only responds when asked, WebSockets allow both the client and server to send data to each other instantly at any time. How it works. The handshake. A WebSocket session starts as a standard request. The client asks the server to upgrade the connection. The connection, if the server agrees, it switches the protocol. The connection remains continuously open until either side explicitly closes it. Full duplex communication. Both the client and server can send messages independently and simultaneously without reestablishing a connection. Okay, so that's what we'd want. Full duplex communication. Or SSE, also an option. I would give it 2 and ask for its input. SSE. Okay. Use WebSockets or SE. Verify with AI. All right, let's have a look at the new Ace Bench. Yes, please continue. Release to review workspace changes. Quick check before I push anything to production. The node fix is already on main and live. We merged earlier this session. Points it right at. So the node fix itself, there's nothing left to do. Your brother's build picks it up on its next content poll, but dev has moved on since that release. All right, let me look at dev. Think of it as a live stream. Okay. No, it makes sense. I can see WebSockets being hella handy. Okay, so 9 commits ahead of main. I think we can commit all of them. Like dev is working fine. This is merged to dev. This is merged to dev. Let me check the email. Merge commit. Now the runtime publish should. Then I'll verify the manifest. Cool. Looking good. All right. Probably get rid of some of these. Standard infinite canvas, which we've done. This is merged to dev. Merge to dev. All right, everything here is merged to dev. We just need to kind of merge to main now. When did you go full-time app dev and how did you do it? Good question. Well, I actually used to run a marketing agency and we would help crypto projects grow from 0 to 10,000 followers. That was like our whole thing, right? So basically turning nothing into something. 10,000 or 100,000, like, no, we wouldn't do anything else other than 0 to 10,000 followers. And basically money was coming in, but it wasn't very passive. It was very like, constantly trying to find new clients. Crypto projects, 99% of them fail. So if you help someone, 2-3 months later, they're just gonna like cancel whatever agreement they have with you, So it's not very stable. And so I built up a little bit of savings and I was like, you know what? I've been doing the content thing for a little while now. I've seen like a tiny bit of success, but nothing crazy. Let me move out of home with whatever money I have left, because I was still living with my parents, and let me just go full time into vibe coding, building apps. Let me live stream everything. Let me make videos around what I learn, and let me just try it. I've got 12 months runway. Let me just go hard for 12 months and let's see, does anything happen? And if something happens, then great. If something doesn't happen, then I'm screwed. And so I kind of thought like, you know, having that pressure and having the stress of like, oh man, if this shit doesn't work out, I'm not going to be able to pay rent. I'm going to have to move back home with my family. I'm going to have to do all these things. Like having that pressure, as stressful as it is, it helps me work and it helps me actually get shit done. And I think, you know, that's partly why we're here today. And that's kind of how I started. Wouldn't recommend this strategy to everyone, but sometimes you just gotta go all in, you know, and back yourself. Cool. Shipping those 4 PRs. Oh wait, a bit. So this is going into main right now. I think we can change from max default to extra high. I think max takes a little bit too long. Yo, Ace Bench is looking way better now. Check this out. Boom, look at that. There's a huge difference. I will say that I want them to look the same. Kind of feels like this one, 523. I can't tell if that's an optical illusion. No, they're the same. Okay. So these are the 2 outputs. Nice. And then I can go here, see Codex. Cool. Nice. All right, cool. So you can fully support yourself now? Yes, I can. The content, the thing is, it's flaky, right? Like when you start a business, you're going to have good months and you're going to have bad months. I'm going to say the last 2 months in a row have been really good. This month that we're in has also been decent. I don't know if next month is going to be good. You know, with the money that's being made from the app, alongside the money that's being made from the YouTube ad revenue, from the sponsorship deals, we're like just covering baseline. And I have about 4 to 6 months of savings left. So we kind of got there like at a good time. But you know, I don't want to jinx anything. Hopefully I'm not eating into savings anymore and we can start building that savings back up. But hey, it's hard. YouTube's hard, man. Building apps is equally as hard, I would say. They're both very hard. So yeah. Like recently all my videos have been stinkers. Like a bunch of videos in a row haven't done that good. So it's stressful because then you get less sponsorship deals and less ad revenue. And so now I need to go back to the drawing board and look at like, okay, why is my viewership down? Sounds hella stressful. Haha, you got it, gang. Cheers, bro. Hey, I try not to stress about it. At the end of the day, I'm having fun and I'm confident that, you know, if I lock in and I work hard, then good things will come. Because at the end of the day, everything is up to you. If you mess up, then that's your fault. If you don't work hard enough, that's your fault. If you just claim that everything is your fault, I feel like life is a lot easier because then you can just understand that like you got to work really hard to get the cookie. You need to actually work really hard. And yeah, I don't know, that kind of helps me. Helps me sleep at night. Okay. Cool. Looks a lot better now. Looks a lot better now. Can we do a full run? Of all of the prompts, actually, it looks a lot better now. The only issue I have is the prompts. We want to create things that are visually quite challenging tasks for the AI. So you can see in the wireframe, one of the tasks was to create a Milky Way galaxy simulation where the user can kind of, you know, see it and, you know, have like a slider that changes its brightness, maybe your, and yeah, like things that are like challenging visually for the AI agent to accomplish. Like, for example, a lava lamp, creating the animations of a lava lamp to make it look as natural as possible. How does an AI do with that? Being able to create these sorts of visual activities help us understand, like, okay, is the output actually better? Is the combination of all these agents talking to each other actually creating a better result? Because then we can work backwards from that and we can reverse engineer how to make it look better. Right now, the prompts are too simple. Build a small to-do list app. Build a landing page for a local gym. Build a simple maze game I can play in the browser. Like, these are all good. I think we need a mixture of like really complex things and then really simple basic things. And I think if we can get this mixture right, and we have 5 or 6 different outputs or different prompts for each test, we can verify from the whole spectrum. Right now, we're just verifying from simple prompts. Mowol, I personally feel like you have the ability to be a big software tech YouTuber, and I watch YouTube a lot, and I feel like you cover the techie, geeky, always update side of things. I think you would be even better if you invest more into the eye candy of things, like the way you edit videos or how working space looks, and I'm sure you know what I mean. With all these other tech guys on YouTube with the tech luxury aesthetics, you got it, G. Cheers, Mowol. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, I'm slowly upgrading like things like I do reinvest a lot of the money back into the business. So for example, I recently just bought this light, which lights up my face a lot nicer. Before this light, I had nothing. So people would literally just see me and then there'd be like my window there and then that's all the lighting you'd get. Now at least I have this light so you can see my face clearly, and we're slowly improving updates. Like I got this backlight, which I should probably turn on. I got that little backlight right there, you know, adds a little bit of warmth, keeps the vibes going, you know, a little bit. But totally feel you, bro. Slowly want to just keep improving and get to a level where, you know, things are looking good. The editing is really hard. Because my personal editing style is very raw, which I've seen some people like. The other thing though is I've also noticed that when I try to hire an editor, they can't really match my style that well and they have a completely different style. And so part of it is like trying to find the right editor. done yet. You're cool. Okay, let me just verify. Delivery, life, dogs, fur. Okay, everything's merged here. Okay, dev is quite a bit behind main. So can we actually just merge everything inside of dev into main and sync everything up? And then, okay, that's good. Let me just verify that there's nothing weird inside of dev. $14 commits ahead of main. Yeah, we need to fix that up right now. Low, nice G. Here is a few YouTube guys you could pull some ideas from. Euler, Andreas Vidoza, Chevon Samon, Luke made it. Let me check these guys out. You easily do what those guys do. Not saying you should copy, just pull inspo. Want to see you win, G. Oh, you legend, bro. Let me suss out these guys. YouTube. Olio. This guy, yeah, this guy's really cool. My brother actually really likes this guy. Your own private display. Nah, this guy's clean. He's been posting a lot more recently. Sometimes he posts like never. Sometimes he posts heaps. Andreas Vidoza. I should probably add him as a competitor. So vidIQ lets you add competitors. I should add this guy. Cool. Next is Andreas Vidoza. Okay. This is cool. Tech stories mainly. You've reached your competitor limit. Maybe I can take people out. Remove. All right, let's try that. Add competitor. Chevon Simon. This is cool, but this guy mainly does phone stuff, hey, but still really cool. Chevon Simon. A day in the life, living with the shocks, open dot. My 7 a.m. morning routine. Nighttime routine. This is cool. Man, you've watched some cool creators, man. I feel like I'm going to start watching these guys. Luke made it. Day in the life. My salary and expenses as a software engineer and content creator. Dope. Sick, man. Thanks for the feedback. Pre-landing review, no issues found. Cool. I think we're merging everything now. Cool. We can probably get rid of a bunch of stuff. Do a expenses as a vibe coder video would bang. That's a good idea. I get asked that question a lot, actually. Yo, J-Mart. That's a fucking great idea. Let me add that. Expenses as a vibe coder. That's a freaking good idea, man. I kind of wanted to do one of these videos as well. All my expenses as a vibe coder. Dope. I like that. Make workflow loop tracks selectable. Done. The change is merged to dev and the dev runtime is published and verified what happened. Committed the loop fix and rebase onto the late. Done. The suite is now a deliberate spectrum committed 76 green refresh, visually demanding where multi-agent refinement should actually show. Milky Way galaxy simulation, lava lamp, fluid particle field, maze game, gym landing page, to-do app. Okay, cool. Can we do a full run? All right, cool. Can we do a full test run of the entire ace bench? Okay, cool. Lily, how we doing? Welcome back. So this is cool. So we can actually click on these and play them. So you can see this is Codex's one. Now we can go and play Ace's one. Obviously better output. Oh, this maze kind of easy actually. I already see the end. Oh, bro, this is light work. This is super light. Oh, cool, and it regenerates the maze. That's cool. One thing I will say is I kind of don't like that it expands. Maybe it should just open up to a new tab. I'm gonna listen in while I work. Okay, had meetings earlier. I'm building my own SaaS and Loki want feedback, but mad scared to show people or have my idea jacked. Lol. Mowall, bro. At the end of the day, you got to consider that every single idea has been built before. There's nothing authentic or original in this world. Chances are there's probably some guy who's already built Ace or something similar. And so you shouldn't be scared about anyone hijacking your app, because at the end of the day, it's never about the idea. It's all about the execution of the idea. So it's how are you, how are you getting it, the users? How are you marketing it? What's your funnel? There's so much more to an idea than just the app itself. You feel me? And so that's why you see me live stream everything, because I know this simple fact. And so someone can build Ace 2.0, but they don't have the audience that I have. They don't have the distribution funnel that I have. So how are they going to be able to replicate it to my level? You know what I mean? So don't feel like that's a thing. Also, if you want me to review your app, I'm more than happy to. Mo, whoa. Live on stream for everyone to see and steal your app idea. Like think about like Uber Eats. You've got DoorDash. You've got that panda logo with the yellow driver. There's all these different delivery companies. They're all copying each other. It's not like that's like shameful. You've got Facebook. You've got all the social media platforms. TikTok, YouTube Shorts copied TikTok. Instagram Reels copied TikTok. Like everyone's copying each other, man. It's like who's executing better though? Some would say TikTok's executing the best. Some would say YouTube Shorts is where it's at. I've noticed like there's different apps for different things. Like Reels focuses on like making you laugh. I've noticed like Reels wants you to be funny. I could probably set up a GitHub secret. This is doing a full run right now. Okay, this is gonna completely demolish my usage limits, but we do it for the Vine. My idea is gonna make the next trillionaire though, G. You don't understand. I need to guard it with my life. LMAO. Oh, I'm so curious what your idea is now, bro. I really want to know. Okay, this should be a big update. Let me get rid of dev. All right, I'm gonna take a quick little break, like a few minutes. My girlfriend's just messaging me hello. So give me a few seconds. Let me chuck some music on for you guys, and I'll be back in like 2 minutes. All right, we back. Let's get it. I actually brushed my teeth because my mouth was like feeling a bit icky. I had a bunch of chocolate this morning, so hey, damn, that's a confession. That's a confession right there. I probably shouldn't have said that. But yo, thank you for waiting. What is good? All right, let's get into it. Let me see if this the thing worked. So full run launched in the background. It builds per prompt Claude Codex Ace and regenerated the console after each capture. So rows fill in live. Let me confirm the first build kicked off cleanly. Okay, let's go ahead and give this a refresh. Whoa, let's go. It's working, guys. It's working. Okay, so far all we have is Claude. Dude, this is pretty cool. This is pretty cool. Okay, so now it would be good if everything filled in. It's looking like only Claude is filled in so far, so let's see. I really waited for bro to come back. What the hell is this bot behavior? I'm out, G, lol. I appreciate you, bro. Thanks for the advice. I'll catch you later. So this one only took 2 minutes and 34 seconds. So what is confusing to me is why, if it's only taken 2 minutes and 34 seconds, so far we only have one generated output. And it took 2 minutes and 34 seconds. However, it's been roughly 10 minutes now. So something must be broken. Merge dev into main. I need to do the secret vowels again. I'm super quiet. Oh shit. Hold up. Is that better? I think I fixed it. Was the music really quiet or was it really loud, by the way? I didn't know what level to put the music at. I mean, this looks really nice though. I'm not gonna lie. What's this saying? Full run progress and activity. Galaxy Claude captured at 2. Galaxy Codex captured. Codex is not showing though. Is now. However, Codex is not actually being shown in the Galaxy. If I do a quick refresh. Oh, it does show. Whoa, Codex came up with... Whoa, Codex's Galaxy looks kind of cool. Okay. Okay, just populated. I noticed that I need to constantly refresh the local host in order for it to pop up rather than it popping up live. Is there a way to fix this? Yes, quiet, too quiet. Okay. I mean, you said you were working, so I didn't want to like, you know, the music to be so loud and then like you're not working anymore because you're just vibing out to the music, you know? I was looking out for you guys. Whoa, yelling lol. See, now I'm yelling apparently. All good though. Might not be doing them asynchronously. I never know how to say that word. Asynchronously. Asynchronously. Like, do developers actually have conversations and say that word? Like, yeah. The output is not asynchronously deployed yet. Like, are you guys actually having conversations like that? Because that is crazy to me. I don't think I'm ever gonna get to that level. That must be like the end, the final boss, bro. I don't know if I'm ever reaching that. All right, let me archive a bunch of this stuff because it's just confusing the hell out of me. And I have about 2.5 brain cells left inside of me. This one, we can do archive, treat user stop as generated stopped, archive, build team stock, no questions. This was merged to dev. It wasn't actually. Let me give a review on this. Make workflow loop track selectable, standard infinite, we merged to dev. Review workspace changes, sweet, let's go ahead and merge to main. All good now? Okay. I have headphones and use music to focus. Circus Prob had it you full volume, lol. I turned you down, man. You're good, lol. Bro had me blasting in his ears, bro. Bro trying to get that to reach his brain, man. Bro trying to make sure that those neurons are firing activity, bro. Bro trying to make it reach his soul. Okay, so we are working on this ACE bench right now. The ACE bench, not only is it going to improve our output, but it's also going to help us with marketing, because the before and afters now are going to be way easier to produce, right? We're going to be like, oh yeah, check out this before and after. Damn, that looks really nice. I don't know if we can even beat that, to be honest, dude. That looks really cool. Dude, I really like this one. I will say, like, it's a bit too bright in default. Same with this one. This one seems to glow, which is kind of cool. Displaying pending, but the log confirms Galaxy code was captured, was generated. You're looking at a stale data because the page didn't auto update. That's the same root cause as your second message. The app only loads data once, so you refresh to new slots. Both issues, only one fix, live auto refresh. Let me confirm the diagnosis and implement. So what I can see now is there's a button up here that I can just hit and it does this whole process, and then it shows a loading bar. And the whole process probably takes like an hour or two, but by the end we have like a full ACE bench before and after. Everything's looking good. No findings. Let's merge to dev. All right, let me close that. Everything should be good. Has this been merged to dev yet? I notice I say that enough times and it starts getting a bit funny. I just keep saying merge to dev, merge to dev, merge to dev. Has this been merged to dev yet? It's like the one thing that I just say over and over again. Refresh. Still waiting on ACE. Live refresh is deployed and confirmed. Data.json serves 200 Galaxy Codex equals. Commit and check the faster run is progressing. Okay, so I've noticed it's currently doing each one at a time. Is it possible to do all of them at the same time? Or is that going to be too difficult? Because if we do each one individually at a time, it's probably going to take like a few hours. But if we do all of them at once, it'll take max 30 minutes. For those that don't know, the train horn that you hear is just the conductor letting me know that an agent has finished its task. It helps me keep it prompted. Open the PR to dev and merge to dev now. If I was to copy observations, what's coming out of this? Like if I scroll up here and copy the observations, are we actually getting like observation? Nothing. Yep, thought so. Prompt. Okay, not scored, run pending. Okay. Useless is basically what I'm getting out of that. All fixed and committed. Here's the resolution to both your messages. They were the same root cause. Codex was generated. Galaxy Codex finished at minutes ready. One thing you need to do once hard refresh the page. All right, let me give this a refresh. And I made the run faster. It now runs all the quick single. Good question, and yes, it's very doable. Here's the key insight that makes it safe. Within a single ACE build, the 3 agents run sequentially, research, plan, build, so each build only hits one model at a time. Running all 5 ACE builds at once means 5 concurrent calls spread across Claude, Gemini, Codex. It's not 15. That's well within your subscription limits, so paralyzing is the right call and should land in 15 minutes, not hours. Let me switch to an all-at-once runner with a background watcher that regenerates the data every few seconds. So the live page keeps popping slots in and parallel captures never race on the regen. Boom. Let's go. Sick, sick, sick. Fully sick. Yeah, I forgot my headphones, otherwise I usually have music on in the background. So apologies for that. I'm house sitting my parents' house at the moment, and so I've got to look after my little sister, and I left my headphones over there because I was kind of working there at night last night. So yeah, apology. Whoa, what the helly? This looks kind of cool, dude. This looks sick. Whoa, dude. Dude, what? That looks super cool. Damn. Oh man, this ace bench is such a good idea. I'm so happy that I came up with this. For all 10 are building simultaneously right now. 5 ace builds in parallel, 5 single agent builds, a watcher regenerating the data every 4 seconds, ETA 15 to 20 minutes. All right, we can wait around for that now. The time is currently 11:35, so let's see where we at. Also, like up the stream if you haven't already, man. Like up the freaking stream, man. It's merged to dev, fixed stage, cool. And also check out Ace if you haven't already, man. We launched this like a few days ago. And Ace is basically like, imagine that your subscriptions are not being used to the fullest extent. Like, because if you think about it, you can't get Claude and Codex to talk to each other. It just, like you can with the script, with the skill, but it's not to the level that you need to actually have quality outputs. So Ace lets you take full control of all your subscriptions by letting you create these more complex workflows where you can have Claude talking to Codex and you can give them all their own prompt. And now you have a specialized team of AI agents working for you to accomplish your goals. Because if you think about it from the perspective of, a company hiring just one guy to handle product sales, marketing, product design, launching, account management, everything is not going to be as effective as the company that has a specialized account manager, a specialized marketing person, a specialized product guy. You know what I mean? And the same thing applies with agents. They only have a certain amount of context, and if you get them to do everything, they're just going to do everything like half-baked. But if you get them to specialize on the one thing, then you actually get a better output. Now, this does come with additional complications that I'm slowly learning. And that is that an agent harness is extremely important. And an agent harness is basically how an AI interacts inside of your app, inside of your environment. So the Claude app itself is an agent harness. OpenClaw is an agent harness. It's different. So an agent harness is basically how they interact with each other. So you've got Claude, you've got Codex, and believe it or not, Claude's prompt is actually, it comes out differently to Codex's prompt. It's like a different language. So you almost need to translate the prompt or the output into Codex. And that translation is really important because it's going to basically dictate how well they can work together. Ace is too expensive for me, otherwise I would. Also, do you have an idea of a Claude command so I don't run out of tokens so quickly? A Claude command so you don't run out of tokens. You've got /compact, which is boom. You've got the caveman skill, which reduces the amount that Claude speaks, which is really good. There's a few ones I saw. Jmart saying this isn't very good, but there's this one called Ponytail, where it turns your agent into like a lazy developer, which apparently reduces its token usage by 20%. So this one's interesting as well. So yeah, you just kind of got to do a research and see what works. Yeah, I've been using Caveman a lot more lately. How you finding it, Circuit? You liking it? I'm new to this. Any video recommendations for me? You can feel free to ask questions, but otherwise just rather than video, I'd rather just, go out and learn the thing, If you're trying to vibe code and build your own app with AI, just go out and try. It's not that hard. And you're going to find a lot of bugs and problems, and you're going to learn by yourself, like kind of how I have. I will say the fact that I live stream everything makes me learn things a lot faster, because I'll instantly have someone tell me I'm doing something wrong if I mess up or something breaks. The caveman skill is just, if you search up caveman Claude, it's this one right here by Julius Brucey, caveman. All you got to do is copy this link and just paste it into whatever agent you use, whether it's Claude or ChatGPT, and just say, hey, I want to download this skill. Can you install it for me? And it'll look at the GitHub link and be like, okay, yep, and then install it for you. Yeah, I see a reduction in my usage for sure. I just start, but what I've seen, it's helping. What would be the best way to promote a mobile app? The most viable method that I've seen, first, if you have no money, just use Reddit. Go to Reddit and, try and find pain points. For example, right now, I could probably find one if I went to YouTubers. And I could probably go like script. And then inside of here, I'll be able to find something. Script writing is hard AF. So right now there's a pain point found. Boom. If your app helps people write better scripts, hey, I recently built an app. It writes better scripts. Happy for you to try it for free in order for you to give me some feedback. Boom. Post it. Send it. Done. That's if you have no money. If you have a little bit of money, I would recommend AI UGC. At the end of the day, this is a skill that you got to get good at. But if you can figure it out, you're off to the races. This one right here, Claude plus CDance 2.0 creates viral UGC videos on autopilot. I generate 30 viral UGC videos based off of, Claude doing research on winning content and stuff like that. You can check it out if you haven't already. But that's kind of my method. The other one is also, Ace came back. We've got an interesting looking one for Ace. All right. I don't know if I love it. Ace came back here as well. Interesting. Whoa. What am I even looking at? Okay. The lava lamp is cool. Dude, how has Claude not done the lava lamp yet? Definitely noticing a difference on the lava lamp. Hey man, for someone who's definitely new to AI and don't have a ton of experience coding outside of SQL and R, what's your advice for a good place to get started? Good content recommendations. I mean, bro, you're ahead of me, man. I don't know any coding experience. Like, I jumped in without having any coding background. I've never coded in my life. I was in marketing before I did this. So I don't know. You're ahead of me, man. And look how far I've gotten. So my suggestion is to just jump in and get started. You're going to find it's a lot easier than you thought it was. And you're going to learn a lot faster actually like building something yourself rather than watching a video. The way that I look at it is like you're paying for your tuition. This is a new skill. And if you need to pay to learn. So you're paying for the AI tokens. You're paying for, doing all this stuff because you're learning how to talk to AI and how to explain your ideas concisely enough for AI to not misinterpret it and create a final output that you're happy with. That's literally the skill that you're learning. And you just kind of got to get started, man. If you look at my very first live stream, I have no idea what I'm doing. Like you can go in there. Some guy comes in within 5 seconds and is like, bro, your mic is off. I've been like talking and no one was even like listening to me. And you can tell I look really nervous as well. I'm like so stiff and I'm like, it's just funny. It's just funny. Trust, man. You're ahead of me already. So just get started. Hello. I'm not really talking about content related stuff, more process automation or daily workflow improvements. Oh yeah, you should check out this one. So I don't know if you guys know who Matt Berman is, but he recently made loop library, which is really cool. It's basically this library full of a bunch of different loops that you can copy and paste into your AI agent. And it can do cool stuff like the full product evaluation loop, build sanitized product scale loop, the refund follow-up loop. This basically makes your agent run in a loop to get you a refund for something. So yeah, check this out. The 5-minute repository maintainer loop, dependency. There's one where it like will basically run a loop and keep running loops until your pages load faster on your website. And there's a bunch of them here. These are all verified by Matt. He's legit as. So yeah, shout out Matt. Check it out. Has Claude's still not generated yet. Hey Doobie Booby, I'm following you from last month. I just wanted to ask a small question. How to start Vibecode from scratch, but I don't have a laptop or PC. How can I start vibing? Bro, what do you have? Do you have a mobile device? If you have a mobile device, like I'd recommend checking out Lovable. I think they've got a mobile friendly website. Check out Replit. I'm pretty sure there's literally one called just Vibecode app. This one. AI mobile and website builder. So you got a few options, man. You can literally do it from your mobile. See, get the mobile app to keep building on the go. And you can literally just prompt with your mobile and go that like that. Loops are cool. I call them pipelines. Why pipelines? Okay. Results are starting to land in. However, I do feel as, I do feel as if we're missing one. And it's Claude. All results have landed except for the Claude lava lamp. Can you look into what's going on there? Let's go. It's pretty exciting, guys. We got our first ace bench. So let me open this up in a new tab. And this lava lamp looks really nice, man. Very clean. I will say that the Milky Way galaxy simulation didn't come out very nice. The maze game, I think we did do a better maze game, but the UI itself looks worse. This is the website. This is kind of cool. Oh, damn. This looks good. Yo, these are looking good. I actually rate that. Let's have a look at Iron Pulse by Claude. See this? It's put the emojis in like these little squares, which look super AI generated. Okay, so there's some outputs where Ace does do a better job. Just not all of them. This one, it's gone for stick figures, which is funny. That's kind of funny. Built for heavy lifts. See, like, what even is that? You know? I mean, this one's not bad. I don't love these. Okay. I mean, I think Iron Peak is one, which is Ace's output, which is kind of cool. I have a mobile. I've already made everything PRD, TRD, UI, PRD, TRD, everything under the sun. See you, Lily. And every other data to tell AI Coder what I want to make, but they're still generating shits. I mean, what are you using though? Maybe, yeah, like try Vibecode. If you're very new and you're starting for the first time, apps like Vibecode, like kind of handle a lot of the heavy lifting. And they kind of, yeah, because they're kind of meant for beginners, like apps like this. So you can see, build me a SaaS analytics dashboard and revenue tracker. You can see like it looks decent for the one shot. So yeah. See, I kind of need a website like this actually, where it just shows the final output. Doobie, I found this app that has Claude Opus GPT 5.5 and more. I can send the GitHub link if you want to check it out. What do you mean? Kind of like Ace is what you're saying? Like similar? If you chuck it in the Discord, I can look at it. If you put the link in the YouTube chat, YouTube like kind of blocks it out. Is it a good idea to watch all your older live streams to learn vibing? I mean, you're not really going to learn a whole lot, to be honest, because I have no idea what I'm doing. So you're just kind of watching a monkey kind of figure shit out, click buttons for the first time. So I don't even know if I'd recommend it for learning. I would recommend you Vibecode. Oh, you should check out my school community, actually. So this is kind of why I built my school community, right? Is because inside school, I've got these classrooms. It's completely free, by the way. You can join. There's a link in the description. And I've kind of split everything up. And you can go into Claude Code Mastery Skills. You can watch different videos if you want. And this kind of like splits everything up so it's easier to understand. And I think that'll help you a lot, bro. Also, David, welcome to the community. Found it, and it's two things. Claude Lava Lamp timed out. It hit the 300-second cap. The run script is stuck. Let me stop the stock script and rerun just the Claude Lava Lamp center with longer timeout. Okay. Now that everything has been run, I want to add a few things. In AceBench, I want there to be a button that when I press it, it runs the whole test again from scratch. That way, rather than prompting you, I can just prompt within the app. And then once I press it, there should be like a loading bar that shows the percentages of how much has been completed below that button. And this kind of helps me keep track of everything. But your school is paid and I can't purchase that course. No, it's not. It's completely free, bro. The school is completely free. If you go onto my school, it's completely, see, look, free. I don't charge anything. It's completely free. I'm not making money off you. You can come join, hang out. I just want to create a community of people that are interested in vibe coding and building with AI. And if that's something you're interested in, join for free, bro. What channel should I send the GitHub in? Whichever channel, bro. Just tag me. Ace and the App Factory. Sorry, I'm clueless. Or does it do the same? What's the difference does it have? Yeah, so the difference is basically the App Factory was a series of agents that would help you build an app and launch it on the App Store. Ace is the environment in which you can build that agent system. So you don't need to build the agent system for apps anymore. You can build it for whatever you want. Just gives users way more flexibility on what it is they are trying to do. Yo, also like up the stream if you haven't already. Working hard right now, close to 4 hours in. Give a refresh. Welcome to the community, Adash. I'd also like to Maybe we'll leave that for now. I'd also like to mention that the copy observations.md does not actually work. Like if I copy it and paste it, it doesn't actually give me any valuable information. Okay. What IDE are you using? So I'm building an IDE, or I'm building an ACE, agentic coding environment, which is this one right here. And then I'm using Conductor, which is my IDE, which lets me use Claude and Codex in the same kind of chat. I think we can give all generations up to 10 minutes because some might take longer than others as well. So that way we're not timing out halfway through a generation. Have you made mobile apps before? What did you use to design the screenshots that you submit to the App Store? I just used Canva. I don't know if I can find them. I might be able to. Let me see. Yeah, here. I just used Canva. And so you can download it as a video. Just like this. And these are kind of the mobile screenshots that I used. Yeah, this app ended up flopping, by the way, but yeah. Feel free to send it anywhere in the Discord, bro. Just tag me. So I think we need to create a second page that you can switch to, which is kind of the configurations of and settings. Because right now there's no way to verify what the ACE team looks like. There's no way to swap out models for different ones if we wanted to in future. There's no way to change the prompt. There's a lot of kind of issues in terms of customizability with the ACE bench, which is affecting how well we can test it. So if we were to create like a settings panel, which is on a different page, or can toggle into the second page, and then in there we have all the buttons like run, which runs the whole ACE bench, etc. Let me look at our features list. Integration. Okay. I think we can include local model integration now. We already have the LLM llama kind of label, and I think we could support that now. So for users who have local models, we're able to detect that. Can we make that? Can we include that into the feature list? That was a shit prompt, man. We should now be able to detect it for users, so users can start using their local model inside of ACE. So user auto research skill. Train AI models by running experiments. What I actually want to do is can you re-skin this prompt to be more general towards the ACE bench? And the whole concept is that ACE bench provides you with an observation of how the bench went, coming back with potential feedback. And I want to be able to copy and paste that. Did this project specifically give you 47 grand in revenue, or was it multiple apps? If so, which one gave you the most return? Yeah, you can see in the who just laugh reacted. You can see in the description, we've got a few different apps that we've launched, failed, and succeeded. All Miner has generated the most revenue by far. However, it was a bit of a flash in the pan as it was a crypto project. And we've only just launched this. We're at about 800 revenue. I want to use the auto research ACE benches designed to observe how. Okay, there's a few moving parts right now. Merge to main, and let's merge to main, and I just say merge to main. We can start using a different chat. What do you think about base 44? It's okay. It's okay. It's just like all those other projects like Lovable and Replit, where, you know, if you're getting started for the first time, then yeah, it's good. But if you're actually, you know, a bit more advanced, it can actually be a bit limiting. Also, you know, be wary of who's pushing Ace, not Ace. Be wary of who's pushing Base 44, because they're actually doing a massive like sponsorship run right now, where, you know, for every user that joins the platform, they're paying the creator like $100 or $200. So literally for every freaking user. So all these creators have kind of jumped onto Base 44 and are trying to get people to sign up to Base 44 because they're getting paid like a shit ton of money. So yeah, just be wary of that. I don't think it's the best tool out there. I stopped pushing it because I didn't think it was that good. So yeah, just be careful who you listen to, man. I think the copy observations should be like the system prompt. I think rather than having a copy observation for each single prompt, we have one copy observation for the entire run, and it's a really thorough breakdown. For example, here is a system prompt that I came up with. What's my Claude usage looking like? Oh, it's been reset. Nice. Nice. Dude, has this still not completed yet? Okay, Jesus Christ. That is not what we were asking for. It's kind of done a close-up. Can you explain loops to me and how beneficial they are in vibe coding, or at least how good they are to be doing them? Look, a loop is basically when you get a AI agent team to basically whatever output comes out, they then turn that output into the next task. So for example, a really easy way to that's funny, I didn't know you could do that. A really easy way to create a loop inside of ACE, which is basically visually what you're doing, is you're getting the build agent to then come back to the plan agent, and now that's a loop. And basically what happens is there's 3 iterations. So picture it like this. The plan agent plans how to build the app. Then the build agent builds the app and then shows the plan agent how the app was built. And then the plan agent goes, oh, well, this was the plan and the build was like pretty close, but you actually missed this, this, and this. So it hands it back off to the build agent, and then the build agent builds it and then comes back to the plan agent. And then the plan agent goes, yep, okay, you've covered those tasks, but now you also kind of missed this and this. And that loop helps you refine the final output. Because without loops, your agent isn't actually verifying anything. And so you can use loops for everything. If you're trying to make your website faster, you could create a loop which basically says, hey, make my website faster, create experiments, run experiments, and test if that experiment made the website faster. If it did make the website faster, keep it. If it didn't make the website faster, then remove it and try again. And you kind of can create this loop that goes over and over and over and over again until your website's a lot faster. And so you can kind of, inside of ACE, create multiple loops. You can run up to, I think what's the highest amount, is it? You can run up to 50 loops, which is unnecessary, it's overkill. And then there's different things like until reviewer approves or until quality reaches a certain percentage. And this kind of helps you not have to micromanage and prompt your agent all the time. So loops make it so it's not AI slop. I mean, look, it all comes down to how well you can get your agents to loop. So if you have a shit loop, then you're probably just mushing the AI slop together. So it kind of depends on how well you can create loops as well. That's all good. TBN, glad I could help, man. All right, let's lock in a little bit. Okay, so we've already done that. Kill switch, long stream today, eh? Yes, sir. Gotta lock in sometimes, man. What up, Michael? How we doing? I think if there's a issue that stops the user from running the board when they first create it through the build team method, I think there should be like a little pop-up that says retry or run prompt again. Because let's say, like, for example, Claude authorization needed to happen. We authorize Claude, and then there needs to be a little pop-up that says, you know, rerun or try again, which runs that system prompt again. Without this, I feel like the user almost feels like they need to start again. And this should just pop up whenever something interrupts the very first, when something interrupts the prompt. And I don't think it should be timed out either. It should be like try again or cancel. Just two options. It's a little pop-up on the right-hand side, like almost like a little notification, and user can click it and it'll basically prompt the app to try again. We need to do more vibe coding lock-ins. We need to be feeding off each other's energy. Bro, 100%, man. You came in late, bro. You came in late and you're telling me that shit, man? You gotta start rocking up early and tell me that shit, bro. I've already been locked in for 4 hours, bro. Where you been? Where you been, man? Where you been, Michael? Go ahead and merge. Sometimes it can take a couple seconds for the logo to load for the agents, and it looks kind of weird. I feel like this is exactly what the loading screen was designed for, to avoid this half-loaded canvas look. What software do I use for the voice to text? I use Whisperflow. So this is what the app currently looks like, and I want to do a pretty big feature change. And I basically want to change the bottom workspace prompt to a sidebar chat on the right-hand side. And this is basically a chat where you can talk to the agents. However, the agents are also talking to each other inside of this chat, and you can basically see them communicating with each other, except it's not long, big prompts or outputs. They're just short summarized messages, almost as if you're in a group chat and you're seeing your agent team work with each other, going back and forth, messaging each other, messaging this group chat, and basically saying what it is doing in the moment. And what you can actually do is you can also talk inside of this chat to further prompt the team. And I want to introduce the concept of tags, where you can tag just one agent by tagging their name, like @research or @plan or @build, or you can tag all the agents by saying @everyone. And so this is kind of a cool way to now be able to pinpoint a specific agent and be like, yo, the build agent just finished their app build. Do you think it's close to what the original research wanted? And I think this can create a lot more collaboration within the Canvas board and give the user a lot more control and understanding of what's actually happening on the board. We would need to redesign, for example, the map and the mission contract are all kind of in the way. So we need to redesign the layout of the board a little bit. And so I'm looking for you to help me visualize how this can look and multiple different ways we can make it or design this feature. That was a big prompt. Okay, the other thing is currently you have the board and the chat. However, we already have the workspace prompt at the bottom, which you can click to expand. So the chat no longer feels necessary because you already have this kind of chat in front of the canvas. So we should probably remove the chat page entirely. Clean it up so there's no more code around here, and I think make sure it doesn't break anything else. Do you know what GLM proxies are? And if you do, can you tell me what they are? I have no idea what GLM proxies are. GLM proxies. Yeah, not too sure, bro. What's that? First time I'm hearing it. Yo, did Michael leave the chat, bro? I was joking, man. I'm just talking shit. Oh, this is that GitHub repo you were talking about? Deep code dev. 15 stars. Disclaimer, I'm not responsible, not a jailbreak tool. I mean, this is interesting, but it's not really what my project is. It's completely different. Like, yeah, maybe you can connect multiple agents together, but I want to know what it looks like. Yeah, it feels different. Makes me think maybe we gotta create a new Discord. We already have one though, so. All right, sidebar agent chat redesign, a few quick calls. Fidelity of these explorations. Hi-fi, match the real product styling. Exactly. Theme to mock in. Where should the mission contract go? Collapse into a slim strip along the top of the canvas. Pin it as the chat's header. Move it into the left rail as a panel. Explore a few options. Make a floating chip. You click to expand. The minimap, keep it just reposition. Make it a toggle that's off by default. Drop it entirely. This sidebar is the chat toggle. Toggle just docks, undocks itself. Separate. Sidebar is this live team feed. Chat is full screen history. This is the chat. Sidebar is the live team feed. Chat is full screen history. Nah, I think that's fine. What should the variations mainly explore? Overall board layout, chat message styles, how agent to agent messages look versus user messages, mission contract placement, everything. How should agent messages read? Each agent has a colored avatar name, color coded chat bubbles, minimal avatar. Terminal log style lines. No. Colored avatar plus name. Let's go 5, man. Static mockups or clickable. That's a big prompt right there. It's probably going to burn through my entire usage. Man, yo, like up the stream if you haven't already. We're 3 likes away from 30 likes. Like, guys, we close, man. We close. I know if everyone in here liked right now, we'd hit that. Come on, man. It's probably the longest live stream I've done in a while. We're going to aim for 5 hours. Let's go. Let's do it. Lock in, gang. What AI are you using to modify ACE? I'm using Opus 4.8, Claude, and Codex. So the way that I set it up is so Claude, or whatever AI is best at the time, sometimes I use Codex, builds the prompt or builds the code. And then there's this little button up here, which I can hit, edit before sending, which helps me send this prompt. Please review the changes in this workspace using GPT 5.5. So this actually lets me create a lot more efficiently because I can just have both agents work with each other. What app am I using to do all of that? I'm using this app called Conductor. It's only available inside of the Mac app. Probably leave this server now. Okay, Claude Design is still going through with that. How is the... Dude, this prompt has been going for 31 minutes now. Jesus Christ. So is this local model integration, actually. 36 minutes. After you do all the edits, do you create separate PRs then merge? Yes. Yes, I do. I just find that to be the easiest, and I merge to dev, and then if dev looks good, I have two apps here. You can see Ace Dev and Ace Prod. Ace is the one that everyone uses. Ace Dev is my kind of app that I can build inside of. And if everything looks good inside of Ace Dev, then I can push it to Ace Prod and everyone else can experience it. Man, I've noticed Ace is actually a lot better at creating landing pages. It just looks a lot cleaner. Local models, the full summary once it completes. Okay. Damn, that was a big prompt. Nearly 40 minutes now. get a review on this. How's Ace going? Okay. Cool. This is cool. The contract is pinned as the chat's header card. One right rail holds mission plus live team. But see how little you get? It's clean though. Ooh, that's kind of cool. So that's the mission strip. And then you can, oh, nice. And then you can actually tag people. Nice, I like that. That's cool. So if I was like, hey, at plan, it replied, got it. Yo, that's pretty cool. Okay. So floating contract. So the contract, it just doesn't make sense though. Team room. Part of me feels like if we merged, oh, that's kind of cool. Split console. Oh, this is a tricky decision. So companion doc, the contract is pinned as the chat's header card. For companion doc, could we reduce the size of the contract so it literally just has the pipeline and the build and open button? I want the contract for all the options. I want you to explore drastically reducing the contract size so it's a tiny slither of the screen, with the most important option being the build and open button, available once everything's live. This is cool. Where's the contract? My cam. I'll check it over here. So this is pretty cool. It's pretty cool because you can go at and then tag someone and be like, hey, and then they'll respond. And then you can talk to each one individually this way. What's kind of cool is this split console version. You can go into these separate kind of chats with these guys. And the mission contract's here. So it's a tiny sliver of the screen with the most important option being the build and open button available once everything is live. This is looking good. I'm not gonna lie to you. So this is meant to be the mission. A floating contract is kind of cool, actually. Mission strip. I mean, how it currently is, it's like this. So the mission strip would be up here, and then the chat would be here. Agent loading screen. Merge and push to dev. Get a review on this. Review. Damn, close to 45 minutes on that one now. Split console for less clutter. I'm thinking maybe I think we merge multiple option. So we could do like split console and mission strip maybe. And so we could merge multiple options together. Because I kind of like split console, but I also kind of like the fact that they're all in chat and you can talk to them. And if that's done neatly enough, then there shouldn't be the need for split console. But I can see people wanting to filter it. So rather than having this as like an option here, maybe there's just a filter for people. But I also like this mission floating contract. This is why I like Claude design, because you can see multiple different ideas at the same time. And I quite like this floating contract. Because if we look in our app right now, the way it looks is we've got the mission game contract up here. So it could be floating up here. And then this whole bottom prompt thing would be replaced with the chat on the right-hand side. And you can just talk to each one individually. I think that would be optimal. Yo, we're 1 like away from 30 likes on the live stream. Just saying, brother. Just saying. I just thought I'd throw that out there. Claude's subscription is too expensive for me too, not gonna lie. Yeah, Claude's definitely up there in terms of prices. They're trying to be like the Apple of AI agents. It's kind of funny, and then Codex is like the Android. But I don't know, man. I don't know if they have that much of an edge anymore. They had a huge edge at the start, but recently, like all these other AI agents, they're getting pretty good. See, I feel like an internal MCP would be really beneficial here because you'd be able to talk to these agents individually and be like, hey, I actually want you to loop back in with Codex. And you can kind of see it happening. Dude, yo, I feel like this is actually going to unlock a lot. Tags is a big deal. Because now you can kind of chuck a skill in here and be like, yo, can you start using the skill? Dude, this is a huge unlock for the app. I saw the caveman skill was for Claude Code, and I don't have access because I use free tier. So all skills can be used across all apps. So because they all use the same markdown format. So you can download Caveman and use it for Codex if you wanted. It doesn't matter. Codex 5.5 is bad now. Usage doesn't even last that much in the normal plan. GLM proxies translate. I mean, I'm using the $200 plan, so I haven't noticed anything crazy. But to be fair, I've been using Claude a lot more, so maybe that's why. Okay, nice. We got this config section in Ace now. It's a good start, but everything's just a text box instead of a drop-down menu. So I can't actually, like for example, for the Ace team, I can't pick the specific model. It's just a text box and I have to type it in. If I type in the wrong model or get a letter wrong, then what's going to happen? It should be a drop-down menu. Same for single agent models. We can leave the prompts as is. And then the run full bench should be at the top rather than the bottom. Alongside save configuration. GLM proxies translate languages between AI software. They let other apps use GLM models by changing how they talk and automatically picking the best model. Interesting. It told me to set up for Claude Code. I mean, you can just bypass that by just being like, yo, look, we're going to set it up in Codex now. All skills can be replicated because they're just markdown files. Like they're just text files. So you can literally just be like, hey, can you recreate this for Codex? Or hey, can you install this? I know it's for Claude, but can you make it for Codex? Etc. etc. Like nothing's a black box. You know, you can go in there and you can manipulate. You can customize it to how you like. Oh, that's nice. Ooh, I like that too. Mission strip. Nice. It's making me actually team room. Split console. I kind of like this one a lot. Companion dock. I want it for text, Claude, though. Oh, right, because you're inside of chat. Yeah, you're going to have to set it up through Claude Code, and then you can use it inside of chat. You're going to have to install the skill using Claude Code or the other one, Cowork. And then it's universally installed in your system, and then you can use it inside of chat. For the runtime flow, let me get a review. Man, this is going to make the app look so cool. I can't wait to launch this feature. Board run retry pop-up. Yo, this is the longest live stream I've done in a minute. If we go to my actual lives, we look back, I haven't done a 5-hour live stream in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Oh, this one's close. 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. Damn. In 36 live streams, I haven't done a 5-hour live stream. Day 37 was the last time I did a 5-hour live stream. And we did it at 5 hours and 1 minute and 30 seconds. So today we're going to try and hit 5 hours and 2 minutes. Just got to beat it. That's the goal. Man, I love the new thumbnail that I did. It looks dope. Hope you guys been enjoying the live stream as much as I have been doing it. I feel like we got a lot done today. It's interesting because it's still on that 0 of 6 plan, so I'll let that run. What's my Claude usage at for the day? %. In one day, we used 21% of our weekly limit. Damn. We basically are very close to finishing this bench config. Okay, the drop downs are working. However, it doesn't let you switch between the different models. So what if I wanted to actually create a team where it's just Codex 3 times or Claude 3 times? It doesn't let me select different providers for each model. It's also showing outdated models. Like we're up to Opus 4.8 now. And it's only showing me up to Opus 4.7. Okay, we're all good. Let's merge to dev. Be cool if you could actually see more of like what it's thinking about. We also need the ability for orchestration. The ability to orchestrate with bigger models doing the thinking and cheaper models doing the execution. Okay, remove standalone chat. I should dev. How ahead is dev? Let me go on dev real quick. Okay, ace dev, looking good. Needs your secret values, so you run these. One failure, the host or website deployed build with ace. The deploy clad for site workflow failed, so build with ace. Unchanged still, serving the previous PR deploy, not broken, just not updated root cause is precise. And is a config gap, not a code bug. Okay. Resend API key. All right. How far ahead is the GitHub repo? Dev is 8 commits ahead of main. Again, Jesus, that was fast. added the resend API key as a GitHub repository secrets action secret. Damn, this is still going, dude. Okay, this is going as well. Sick. Nice. You can now change it. Perfect. Looks good. Sweet. We basically built Ace Bench this whole live stream, which is cool. Run adding as a GitHub action secret. Alone won't fix the deploy. Wrangler validates secrets required against secrets bound to the live Cloudflare worker, not against GitHub actions. And something has to push that GitHub secret onto the worker. Now the deploy workflow only syncs the Ace secrets, not recent. Let me read the full deploy workflow to wire it correctly. Nice. Cool. Well, on that note, we have officially hit 5 hours. Oh my God, my hair is cooked, man. Why didn't anyone tell me my hair looked like that? Jesus Christ, I got beanie hair, bro. Ew, bro. Ew, y'all gotta tell me next time, man. My hair looking chopped. But we have officially accomplished 5 hours and 5 minutes on the live stream. That was a pretty big session. Thank you so much for joining today, guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Lily. Thank you, TBN, Killswitch, Henry. Thank you for keeping me company, guys. Michael. Thank you. Wuru. I don't know how to say your name. AJ. Awesome Meadwin. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Circuits. Thanks for joining, man. Jmart. Appreciate you as always. Mowol. Thanks for the tips, man. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll catch you guys all in the next one tomorrow. Same time as usual. Peace out. I hope you guys all have a good day. And check out Ace if you haven't already, man. It's the app that I've been working on. Spent hundreds of hours and thousands of dollars. Check it out. Link in description. And I'll catch you in the next one. Peace.